Let him in.
You're live now.
Okay, so now I can close that because I don't want YouTube running right in the background.
Yeah.
Let's close that window. All right, great. And it looks like Bill just arrived. Bill, when you get your audio turned on, just let me know you can hear me okay. I don't know if you're going to use your computer audio or which, but there we go. Looks like, Bill, if you can unmute yourself and just let me know you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Awesome. Welcome.
Good.
All right.
Do we have video? No. Mine says it's off.
Yeah, you can turn your own video on. You don't need to do that now. Just wait till we get to introductions, and then after each presentation, when we do Q&A, you can turn your video on if you're asking a question. But otherwise, you guys can just leave your video off. Most of the day. So
I do have a question. I tried to log in by the link that you gave, and it wouldn't. It would just say launch meeting. But it did give me the option to join the meeting online.
Okay, good. Interesting.
That's how I did it, but I can't get it to work either.
Okay. Well, you're here now. You can hear us. Looks like it's working.
Yeah.
Glad you're able to get connected. And all right, so we're going to get going. You can all see the PowerPoint up here. FARR program.
Yes.
Okay. I want to make sure we're sharing the right screen. Okay, so real quick, I know folks have been using Zoom a lot, I'm guessing, just like the rest of us. But just a few tips to down in your toolbar, your Zoom toolbar, where you'll find mute and unmute, video on and off. In the participants box, usually that's where it is. You open your participants box. That's usually where you find the raise hand feature. And there's either a little button that says raise hand, or sometimes there's 3 little dots for additional options. And click on that and you'll get the raise hand feature if you have a question. In video settings, so next to your little camera, this little caret, if you click on that, that'll open this box of video settings. And this is not required, but it's just kind of handy. This little feature that says hide non-video participants, it just cleans up your screen a little bit. So you don't have a whole list of boxes with people's initials in it. The box only opens up when people are sharing their video. So that's kind of handy. When we get to Q&A after each presentation, I'm going to moderate that. Please use that raise hand feature. Lower your hand if your question gets answered, or if someone else asks the same question. And then if you need to ask one of us, me or Chris is also here as a co-host, you can send us a private chat if you need to send us a note. A couple other reminders, just turn off your audio and video during breaks. Yeah, let us know via private chat if you need anything, if you need a slightly longer break or an additional break. We do have built in a whole bunch of breaks throughout the day, so hopefully that'll be fine. But we want to make sure everyone can participate, or if you need an extra 5 or 10 minutes at the end of lunch, maybe a phone call or something came up, please just let me know so we can wait a few minutes for you to get back in. And then this is really important. If for whatever reason you lose connection, just click on that same invite that we sent you. Although Bill said you had to do like an extra step to click on something to get to the meeting, but just do the same thing. If you get bumped out for whatever reason, some sort of technical or internet glitch, click on the same invite and we will let you back in the meeting. And this is Chris. He's in the room helping me out. the man behind the curtain who knows this stuff way better than I do. So jot down his number and email. If you get booted off and for whatever reason can't get back in, you can call him or email him separately outside of Zoom, and we will make sure to get you back in the system. Oh, excellent. And Chris in the chat box just sent his name and email. All right, so let's get going with the FARR program. So we're gonna, this morning, the next 40 minutes or so, we'll do some introductions first. Then we'll do an overview of the grant program, which is probably a reminder, a refresher for most of you. Talk a little bit about the technical review process. And then I wanna go over our new online technical review and evaluation system that hopefully you've all had a chance to get logged into and snoop around a little bit and see what's all about. That's all about, but I will demonstrate that for you. All right, so we'll just go down the list here and tell us your name, where you're from, what past RCO experience you have. Maybe you've applied for grants, maybe you've sat on this committee, and then what your discipline is or your area of expertise in shooting sports. So Rachel's not here yet, but Jenny, go right ahead.
Okay, I just had to figure out how to unmute me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So my name is Jenny Bull. I am in Whatcom County and actually in Bellingham, Washington. My affiliation is with the Linden Shotgun Club. This is my second grant cycle participation for FARR, so I feel a little more comfortable with the process this year. As far as my interest in shooting sports, I currently, probably the last 5 years, have coached a youth shotgun team, and about 21 kids between the age of 12 and 18, 19 each year participate in 3 different disciplines for we actually work with the WAYAS program right now in Washington State. I'm also a sport hunter, and my passion, really, if you ask me, my favorite weapon is archery. So experience in all, but archery and shotgun are probably my 2 go-tos.
Great. Thanks, Jenny. Bill, go ahead.
Carl, was that an invite for Phil or Bill?
Oh, sorry, Bill Cogley from Washougal. I'm just going right down the list here on the.
Okay, let's see. Are we there? I don't see a video. It won't let me start the video.
That's okay.
Well, okay, that's probably because. Let me try that one.
Turn it on for him. I'm not sure if we might be able to turn it on for you. I'm not sure.
So I asked him to start video.
Huh.
Should be in
So
Zoom toolbar, but that's okay if it doesn't work.
It could be because they said features are limited when you go online
Okay.
versus, going directly on. At any rate, Bill Cogley, I live down in Washougal, Washington. I started a nonprofit organization, a 501c3 called Trash No Land. And in that organization, we promote responsible target shooting on public lands. We do our best to recruit responsible and irresponsible shooters to get on board with the message and change the way things are going on in our forests in the Northwest. There's an awful lot of trash out there, especially recently. Huge amount of trash, and it seems that an awful lot of it is at dispersed shooting sites in the forest, which points the finger at gun owners in general, of course. And yet still we find an awful lot of it is coming from illegal dumping and from late night party crowds. They go out and build their bonfires and they leave a huge mess and so forth. And then the next day, the target shooters come out, shoot holes in it, and now we have our name on it. So we, In Trash No Land, we conduct cleanup events in the forest throughout Oregon and Washington. And we work with forest agencies, law enforcement, and the general public. We try to recruit people and promote responsible shooting through education and information. Otherwise,
sounds great.
Otherwise, I have a regular Monday through Friday 40-hour-a-week job. And so the other 40 hours a week are on the Trash No Land thing. And maybe I get some sleep here and there.
Nice. Well, that's great. Thanks. I had not heard of that organization, and that's great to hear. And it's a bummer that you're probably, not you specifically, but shooters are maybe getting blamed for the trash that's out there that you didn't leave initially. So, yeah, very good. All right, Raleigh's not here today, so Brian, go ahead.
See if we got video working or not. Do you see me?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. So Brian Schilt from Tenino, Washington. I also worked on the last grant cycle, so this is somewhat familiar. If I had to pick a home range, it would probably be PL Sportsman's Club, is where I do a fair amount of competition. I'm an NRA certified range safety officer, competitive shooter across multiple platforms, formerly owned and operated federal firearms business for about 7 years, and I'm also doing some firearm instruction. So that's my background and association here.
Excellent. All right, thanks. Phil, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Phil Shave, and I think this is probably my might be my fourth cycle on the FARR grants. It's a pleasure to be here on Zoom. Ha ha. And in terms of background, I spent 18 or 19 years at the Criminal Justice Training Commission, doing advanced training for law enforcement officers, including training law enforcement firearms instructors and managing those programs. I retired as chief of law enforcement for state parks. Currently, I do edit a monthly magazine for the Washington Arms Collectors and work for them. In terms of shooting, I'm a member of a number of clubs and ranges, including the Upper Nisqually Gun Club, and stay active in that.
Great. Thank you, Phil. Lori, go ahead.
A sec here. Good morning, everybody. I'm Lori Starkweather. I'm here in Seattle, and this is my second cycle with the FARR grants, although it's probably all new for us with the PRISM system and everything online. Looking forward to trying to figure that out. I represent basically the archery community. I'm a former youth archery coach for Washington State Archery Association and the National Archery in the Schools program. I'm also a avid pistol shooter, and my husband and I are members of Tacoma Sportsmen, Skookum Archers, as well as a few other ranges around the area.
Great. Thank you, Lori. Ty, go ahead.
Oh, good morning. Again, my name is Ty Peterson. I am a local agency representative. I currently am employed with King County's Department of Local Services, and I manage their commercial permitting division. As way of background, I have a degree in construction management and manage a team of professionals ranging from building code specialists to engineers and things like that. I reside in Southeast King County, and I too am an avid outdoorsman and hunt occasionally. And I think I've been on the FARR now for maybe 3 or 4 years, but prior to that also served on some other technical advisory committees for different recreational grant programs, as well as the Salmon Recovery Board. So there you have it.
All right. Thanks,
Glad
Ty.
to be here. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Dave, go ahead.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Dave Whipple. I'm with Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm the Hunter Education Division Manager. And obviously in that capacity, one of the main focuses of the division is administration of the Hunter Ed program. We also administer the Master Hunter Permit program. I'm involved with hunter recruitment, retention, and reactivation, which also spills over, obviously, into target shooting to a large extent, especially in today's world when target shooting is growing leaps and bounds, and hunting is as well, at least just in the last year. And also involved with National Archery in the Schools program. We administer a grant to Washington State Archery Association to implement the NASP program in the state and some other things. I have some experience in the agency and developing and co-developing firearm policy for agency staff. And also lately a big push for updating the agency's target shooting rule on DFW lands. And then on the personal side, I have experience in archery, rifle, and handgun, probably most actively kind of recently in handgun target shooting. So enjoying that as well. So glad to be here and looking forward to it.
Great, thanks, Dave. Chris, go ahead.
I'm Chris Mauer. I represent the toxic cleanup section of the Department of Ecology.
All right, thank you, Chris. Do you also do some shooting? Were you like an archery guy, or I can't remember now? Maybe not. Okay. All right. Did you have something else, Chris? I still see your video there. Okay, I'm not sure. Chris, can you still hear me, or did you lose your audio? Nope. All right. Great. Well, thank you, everyone. Appreciate that. Yeah, could not do this without you. Just a tremendous amount of experience and variety that we need your help with. So thank you. All right, real quick, the schedule. So right after this, grant managers will return applications to our applicants. They have a chance to tune them up and resubmit. And then hopefully you have on your calendar, you're holding the dates. We're only going to need one day because we only have 7 applications, but it's either going to be February 17 or 18. We'll nail that down soon and get you an invite. And then probably that very next week, we'll have results for you where we can share the ranked list. After that, we just wait for our budget for the legislative process to do its thing. And then hopefully, if they're on time in July, we'll start awarding grants. All right, so this program was created in 1990. It acquires property, but primarily the applications we get are for development and renovation of firearm and archery facilities. We do indoor ranges, outdoor ranges, as well as support amenities, parking, restrooms, clubhouses, signs and roads. And the funding comes from concealed weapons permits. There's a $150,000 grant limit. Match is required. It's 50-50, except we get an occasional project that's a noise and safety abatement, and they're eligible for a slightly reduced match, only need to bring 33%. And again, project types, we do acquisition, development, or any combination of that. liability insurance is required. So the grant recipients need to carry and maintain liability insurance for the duration of the compliance period of our grant. So here's the full list of eligible applicants, and just in parentheses there, I put the number of funded projects to date, so you can see what we've accomplished here since 1990. Again, it's almost all development projects, and primarily from our nonprofit shooting organizations. Although we do get a few cities, counties, and then we've had our first state agency in the last go around, DFW, and they've applied again this year. I think it's for a phase 2 out at Swakane Canyon. So that's kind of cool. Eligibility requirements. Once you take our money, you have to allow folks, general public with a valid license or a concealed weapons permit to be able to use your range. The range needs to be open and available to law enforcement and anyone enrolled in a hunter safety education class or firearm class. There's a public use requirement. Again, once you take our money, you have to be open for at least 8 hours a month, and that's a pretty low bar. Almost every organization is open to the public much more than that. But I think that minimum is there, you know, in the event of a sort of a small town or rural range that maybe is only open a couple days a month. And so we say, well, at least 8 hours a month. But again, most ranges are open for much more than that to the public. Compliance period, if we're helping you buy land, it's a perpetual compliance period. If we're giving you money to develop or renovate, it's a 10-year compliance period. There is, in some circumstances, a public meeting or hearing requirement. It's not anything you necessarily need to worry about. Our grant managers will work with our applicants to make sure if a project is buying or developing a range, a brand new range, or creating a substantial new impact, they have to hold a public hearing or public meeting. We have a range and course safety policy that essentially says if you're doing something that touches or directly benefits a shooting activity, you have to contain all projectiles. And the design must meet guidance by one of the major national associations. And along with that, we require a self-certification. So in the beginning of the project period, we require that the design is certified as meeting that safety policy of containing projectiles. And then again, at project completion, that they certify that what they've built, in fact, does meet the policy to contain projectiles. And that needs to be completed and signed by a qualified person. And that could be, you know, a certified advisor from an association, a professional engineer, or other qualified consultant that has experience in shooting sports. All righty, so here's what we got this year. Just 7 applications this year, so it's a little lighter than some of our past cycles. But there's, all of them are developments. Fine, pretty consistent with our history. There's 5 from nonprofits, 1 county, 1 state agency, and we have a mix. There's 2 archery projects. The other 5 are firearms, and then there's a mix of indoor and outdoor and support amenities. Total grant request is almost $500,000 with roughly an equal match. And I just have the historic funding on there so you can kind of see what we've funded to date. And at this level of applications, it looks likely that we'll be able to fund all 7 projects, you know, if our funding stays consistent. And we, you know, we don't identify any, you know, serious eligibility issues, and need to work with our applicant to, you know, either pull the application, try again next year, or make some revisions. All right, so the technical review process, what we're doing today, and this is why we're here. We want to ensure the best possible investment provide some accountability, and provide citizen oversight in spending these funds. So that's why we assemble all of you with your expertise to help us out, not only with this step, the technical review, but also in a few months, the actual evaluation. And that takes us, staff, out of the equation. You know, we help and work closely with our applicants, but when it comes time to score and rank the projects, it's out of our hands and it's in your hands, our advisory committee. So that's the accountability and the citizen oversight. And the purpose of this is to help prepare applicants ultimately for the evaluation in February. And we want to make sure projects are eligible, they align with state and local needs, they are designed well. And so what we need to do today is, identify any area of concern, any additional information that you might need for evaluation. And then note that this technical review is occurring before staff review. So these applications just came in the door. Staff maybe has had a chance to skim through these applications, but probably not yet. And so sometimes we see stuff that is, we're surprised or whatever, and just know that we haven't had a chance to vet these yet either. So we're all looking at them fresh for the first time. This is an optional process, the technical review piece, but highly recommended. And everybody, I believe, today is participating, although we don't have a PowerPoint yet for one of our applicants. We're hoping to get that before lunch so they can participate. All righty, so my role, I'm gonna try to keep us on track, facilitate the Q&A, help review for eligibility. Grant managers also help review for eligibility. They'll be taking notes. They will follow up with the applicant. And then your job is to, ask questions, provide feedback, constructive criticism. And, this is, again, applicants have a chance after this to make revisions to their scope of work, to their budget, to, anything and everything. So if there's something you notice or advice you have, hey, maybe have you thought of this or consider that, please let them know. And with our new system, the online review evaluation system, you have an opportunity to actually type in your comments in general or specific to each evaluation criteria, and I'll demo that here at the end of this little intro. And in addition to sort of live Q&A at the end of each presentation. And all that feedback we then relay back to our applicants. All righty, and it looks like Rachel is here, so I'm going to let her in. Good morning, Rachel. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Good morning.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us. We're just about halfway through our little intro, just a little reminder about the FARR program and the roles and what we're doing today. And then I'm going to demo the new review and evaluation system.
Cool.
All right. So moving on. All right. So here's what it's going to look like. Each applicant gets a 20-minute slot. That's 12 minutes uninterrupted PowerPoint for the applicant presenter. And then we have an 8-minute Q&A for you to ask, provide feedback and comments, ask any questions. And then again, if we run out of time or whatever, you can type your questions, comments, concerns into that new system, and that will get relayed to our applicants. So some things you want to look for: is there a clear and concise project introduction? They want to let you know, you only got 12 minutes, so they want to let you know right away, so it's in your head. Oh, here's the scope of what we're doing, and then they dive into the evaluation criteria as they work through their PowerPoint. And so you just want to be listening, is that clear and consistent throughout, or did they say something in the beginning that later is contradictory? And then readiness. We need to make sure the money can get spent and the project is, on the ground within, 2 to 3 years is kind of typical for our development projects. Cost estimates, does it seem realistic? Are they, do they have enough money built into their budget to do what they want to do? Or maybe it seems a little light, and that's something you want to point out. If you have experience with, permitting costs or development costs or, whatever it might be, we want to make sure they're asking for enough money and they have what they need to finish and complete the project. And then finally, does the design look good? Do you have any feedback or advice about, what it is they're doing? Evaluation criteria live in Manual 11. Here is the list of criteria. And what we tell folks, and hopefully they will go in order in their PowerPoint and the slides will be labeled nicely. If not, staff is going to tell them before you come back for evaluation in February to make sure you go in order, you label your slides well. Just want to make it really easy for you to be able to follow and ultimately score their projects, which we're not doing today. Today's just feedback. I've grayed out number 2 and then the combination part of number 3, because as I mentioned earlier, we only have 7 development projects. We don't have any acquisition projects, no combinations. So what our applicants should be doing is just skipping over that question. So they'll answer number 1, and then they should go right to number 3. Now, sometimes our applicants go ahead and answer additional stuff and they're not supposed to, and that's fine. We'll help them clean that up for evaluation. And I usually I'm not going to jump in and interrupt them. We'll just let them move through their presentation. Number 4, I've highlighted in yellow there. That question is only answered by projects that qualify for that lesser match, the safety and noise abatement projects. And I believe there's one project this year, although they're bringing more match anyway. But again, I haven't had a chance to review all these projects. So there may be one project that answers that question, or a couple. Or again, sometimes applicants go ahead and answer everything even though they're not supposed to. Down at the bottom, these are pre-scored questions, and so they shouldn't be answering these. You don't have to worry about them, but I just want to point out that number 11, the previous number 11, the match, we previously, if an applicant brings more match, you can score more points at evaluation. And we've suspended that this year due to COVID and the economic impact and uncertainty. Match is still required. That's a statutory requirement, but we're not providing any incentive for folks. So we didn't want to, have that as a consideration, given the economy and everything that's going on. All right, and here's what every evaluation criteria looks like. There is a title and a question that's usually pretty simple. To what extent is this project needed in the service area? And then we have this guidance that we give our applicants. So this is what we tell them. Here's how to answer the question. And again, here's how you're thinking about evaluating it. And then there's a point range and sometimes a multiplier. So this first one is worth 15 points. It's a 5-point range, but then multiplied by 3. And so some questions are worth a little more, and applicants should be spending a little bit more time on those, answering those questions. Okay, so again, we're here to help. Proposals are still under development, so this is the time to make suggestions. Did they answer the evaluation criteria completely? You want to offer any constructive comments and advice. Let them know if something's missing, or what might be needed to help you score the project later. Maybe they just, could have fleshed something out a little more thoroughly in response to one of the criteria. And that's what we need to tell them. So when they come back for evaluation, they can, do their best to nail their responses to the criteria, and you can score them. All right, so that's today. Any questions before I demonstrate our new review and evaluation system? Any questions just about the FARR program or what your role is or the criteria or anything today? And you can raise your hand or just unmute yourself and chime in. Not seeing anything at the moment, so that's good. So far, so good. All right, well, the review and evaluation module, hopefully you all received some instructions and guidance about how to log in to this in our online PRISM system. I'm going to pull that up on the screen to demonstrate that. And I think if I drag this, there we go. Did that work, Chris? Okay. Okay, so when you log into PRISM, this is probably the first screen you come to as it's sort of the default home screen. It's possible maybe the search is your default, but I'm guessing it's this project actions. But from wherever you are, there's this menu here at the top. And under menu, click on that. Go down to the bottom, review and evaluation. You click on that, that launches this online review and evaluation module. And there'll be a list of projects. You very likely only see one because you're probably just assigned to one. But if you were assigned to more programs, you'd see a longer list. But anyway, you click on FARR, click OK. And you get the project list, and they are in order, the order that we're going today. And I just want to sort of show folks some how to navigate this. So if you click on the first one, that opens this particular project. And so what this is, it's essentially just an online version of what you used to get. Those of you who've been on the committee before, remember that you'd come, we'd sit around the table and we'd have a stack of papers for you. And that is what's on the left-hand side. We used to print this stuff out and have a little packet for each project for you. That's what's on the left-hand side. So you get the kind of the basic funding information, project description, location, all of the metrics for what it is they're doing with the cost estimates in there. Lots of metrics. Then a little section on permits. There's a couple of questions that might help provide some additional information. And then an attachment. And what we've have available to you are the FARR application maps and visuals. So it's like their location map, service area map, site plan, that sort of thing are in this document if you needed that information. Now over on the, back to the, oh yeah, if you click these little things just jump down the page. It's just a quick jump up and down. On the right-hand side is the, you won't see this top part, that's just for staff. But you'll have this here where you can type in some general comments about a project. And then for each criteria, if you click the little carrots to expand, you can type in comments here for each criteria. So as they're answering need, something pops into your head, you can jot a little note. You can also come back later at the end of the presentation and write some notes. That works for each one of these criteria. The other feature that's nice, if you hover over the title of the criteria, you can see the question and the point range. If you click on it, you get a little pop-up box that gives you the entire text and of the question, the guidance, the point range, everything. So you can move this around, so that's handy. You can move it around on the screen, so you can see that as you're typing your notes. You can expand. Ooh, if it's working, you can you should be able to grab the edge of the box, yep, and make it bigger, grab the corner and expand it. And then close it, pop open the next one, same thing, move it around if you need, close it. You'll notice here that it goes 1, 3, so it skips that number 2 because that's a question that's only asked or only supposed to be answered by acquisition projects, and we don't have any acquisition projects. If someone answers it, don't worry about it. We'll just skip over it and we'll go right to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and on down. The other thing you can do, this little flag up here, you click on that, it just turns it red. You can unclick it to turn it back off. That's just an optional thing for you to use if you want to flag a project and say, you might want to come back to it and have a conversation at the end of the day when we do a little wrap up. Go ahead and flag it. And that's just a little reminder for you, or maybe you want to come back and write more comments on something, during lunch or at a break or at the end of the day. Navigation, if you click next right here, it'll jump you right to the next project. Keep going next, previous will take you back. If you click on project list, that'll just get back to the main list. And see, I flagged this one, and so those flags will show up for you on the main list. Just kind of a handy feature. You may or may not need it. And you can click on the next one. If you inadvertently click on the back arrow in your browser, that will actually kick you out of this review and evaluation system. Doesn't seem to be working. Usually that kicks you out of, it just takes you back to like the Prism homepage, and you just have to get back in. So, or if you click on this Prism Online, that takes you back to main Prism. So I'll show you that. And again, if you just go to menu, the one on the bottom is review and evaluation. That gets you right back in to the system. Click on FARR, okay, and then you're back. Hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully folks have had a chance to work with that a little bit. Let's see. And that's it. Are there other features in here, Chris, that I should remind folks about? I think that's kind of the basics. Okay. At the end of the day, once we've finished, you've made all the comments you want to come back to this schedule or menu page and click this little submit to RCO button. So that releases your comments to the grant manager to then share them with our applicants. So, but wait till the end of the day to do that. All right, do folks have questions about navigating this system? Was everyone able to log in okay? So far it's been working, quite well for most of our advisory committee members. Phil, you got something?
Yes. Just to come back to the project review number 4, impact on surrounding property.
Mm-hmm.
I think I heard you say there is one project where we might evaluate that.
Yeah, I thought, and I just, again, I haven't looked at all the details of all of these, but I saw this Bainbridge Island one that appeared to be like renovating a berm, which would be like a safety improvement. Might help with noise too. There may be others in here as well. This, I'm not sure about Swakane, might be rifle and pistol range. Maybe they're adding some safety features here. I'm not sure, but
So generally, we just need to look for either projectile hazards or noise abatement.
correct. Yep.
Got it.
Yep.
All right, thanks.
Other questions? If folks have two screens, this is not required, but it does work much better because you can have the Zoom, you can drag the Zoom meeting over to one screen and see the PowerPoint. And then on your other screen, have this review and evaluation module. And I know not everybody has access to two screens, but if you do, that makes your life easier. Otherwise, there is a way to split the screen down the middle. It just makes everything a little bit smaller. Ty, do you have something?
Yeah, just a quick question, just so I'm make sure I'm on the same page. Using the system here, which seems all fine and stuff, we are not actually scoring these right now, are we?
That's correct.
Okay, we're just providing comments and insight.
Exactly.
Okay, so I don't need to, under the criteria, actually score them, but just provide comments.
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly. Yep. Right here, you can provide comments. When you come back for evaluation, this is going to look exactly the same, but there's going to be an extra little box here for you to plug in 0 through 5 for your score. So it's exact same. It'll look the same. You can pop open the question and see everything, see all their application information. You can type more comments as well. But at that point, again, there'll be an extra little box here for you to score it. And actually the system will force you to put a number in every one of those boxes before it'll even let you submit everything. It's a little feature we built in to make sure you don't inadvertently miss something, and we get everybody's scores.
All right, thank you. That clarified what I needed to know.
Okay, good. No problem. And it looks like on all of these projects, we have number 4 in here, even though not every project is going to need to answer that. I think for technical review, we just went ahead and added it. For evaluation, we will, for the projects that don't need to answer that, I think we're going to go ahead and hide that, kind of like we've hidden number 2. But anyway, for now, there it is. If someone answers it, that's fine. Maybe they need to, maybe they don't. David, you got something?
Yeah, Carl, thanks for the summary and walking us through this system again. It's really helpful.
Okay.
Just a really quick question, and that is when you mentioned for submission of the comments, submitting to RCO, so you guys, all the project managers can get the comments and input. Does that, is there a deadline for that in case we can't, if we type just kind of our own notes, then we want to go back and clean things up and review some things and think about some things before we hit the submit button? When's the deadline for that?
We would like to have everything today. So we're wrapping up about 3:30, but if you need, a few more hours, if you need till like the end of the actual working day, till 5, 6 o'clock, whatever, we can talk about that at the end of the day, and that would be totally fine.
Okay.
Does that sound like it'll work for you?
Yeah, make it happen. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. And if not, if something comes up, you got to cut out at 3:30 or 4 and just haven't, we can probably give you another day as well to, until tomorrow. So we'll chat about that at the end of the day and see what folks need. Yeah, because it is a lot like sort of on the fly, trying to listen and jot down notes and and it sometimes is nice to come back at the end of the day and kind of buzz through everything to make sure you've given them all the information you want to. All right, I don't see any other hands up, so I think we're good to go. What time is it? 11:20. Woo, almost right on time. So we got just a few minutes, take a quick break, and we'll get the PowerPoint pulled up for Fish and Wildlife. They're the first presentation up, and then we will get rolling. So we'll see you in just a few minutes. All right, hello again, everybody. Welcome back. Who's here from Fish and Wildlife that is presenting? I see a couple names on the list here, but I'm not sure who our Fish and Wildlife presenter is.
Hey, Carl, this is John Hanson.
Oh, hey, John.
Ron Fox is going to be presenting.
Okay, great. How you doing, John?
I'm doing great.
Good. Okay, all right, I see Ron. Ron, can you hear me? Unmute yourself and make sure we can hear each other. Ron, it looks like you have audio, but you're muted. I'm gonna let Bill back in.
Can you hear me now?
There we go, yes.
Okay, and do I hit the start video button too?
You do not need to do that during the presentation, but at the end for Q&A, yes, go ahead and turn your video on.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn mine off and then hand remote control to you. Hopefully this will work well. Where are you? So I'm gonna give you a remote control. All right, see if you can move the mouse around and there we go, and advance the slide. Sometimes there's a little bit of a delay.
Well, maybe it's this arrow. Oh, my arrow buttons aren't working.
You might have to use your mouse and click on the screen.
How about this one? I'm not.
Sometimes there's little arrows in the bottom left, kind of the faded out arrows. I can do it for you if this isn't working.
Yeah, I can't see any. I know what you're talking about. Oh, there they are. They just popped up.
All right. See if you can move your mouse around a little. Looks like you have the mouse control.
Yeah, and the arrow button was just there, but it disappeared.
All right. How about I'll just go ahead and advance slides for you.
Okay, I'll just say next slide.
Yeah. So let me turn off remote control.
Even one less thing to worry about.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
All right. Well, go right ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. My name is Ron Fox, and I'm the manager of the Chelan Wildlife Area. And with me today is John Hanson, and he is our construction project manager. We are here today to describe the second phase of the development of a rifle and pistol range in Squacain Canyon. Completion of this range will provide a safe and organized shooting area and solve the current problems associated with user-created shooting areas and dispersed shooting in Squacain Canyon. Next slide. Squacain Canyon is located on the eastern edge of Chelan County, north of Wenatchee. Next slide. The Squacain unit is part of the Chelan Wildlife Area. It contains lower elevation shrub steppe and forested habitats and abuts Forest Service lands on the west and the north. Next slide. It is expected that most of the users will come from the Wenatchee, East Wenatchee, and Kashmir areas. The greater Wenatchee metropolitan area includes most of Chelan and Douglas counties. It had a population of nearly 120,000 in 2018 and an annual growth rate projected at just under 1%. Next slide. 4 gun clubs. Back up one. There we go. 4 gun clubs exist in the service area. All have fees associated with annual membership or day use. Several user-created shooting ranges have been shut down over the years due to safety issues and conflicts with private property owners. As the loss of informal shooting ranges occurred and the cost of membership at gun clubs increased, greater numbers of shooters are using Swakane Canyon. Next slide. As the popularity of shooting in Swakane Canyon has increased, nearly every side canyon and roadside pullout is used along with the primary shooting area in the easternmost canyon. Especially during early spring, it can get really crowded with shooters in the canyon. Many of the shooting sites have rocky backstops, and where shooting occurs across the canyon, there are administrative roads and informal trails. Next slide. The results of all the dispersed shooting in the canyon are painfully predictable. Trees are used to post targets with rocky hillsides as a backstop. Targets are now painted on rocks. Shooting occurs along roads with a backstop of riparian and wetland habitats. And the usual collection of garbage and shooting debris is present at every site. Next slide. Our proposal is to confine target shooting to one site in Swakane Canyon by renovating a user-created range into a range built to NAR standards that will provide the infrastructure for an orderly and safe place to shoot. Next slide. We are proposing this as a phased project. Phase 1 is currently funded with a FARR grant and matching funds. Phase 1 will be completed next spring and include parking and paths that meet ADA standards, berms and backstops for 100-yard and 200-yard rifle ranges, and a concrete pad to establish a firing line. Phase 2 is the subject of this grant proposal. It will add berms and backstop for a 25-yard pistol range with a concrete pad to establish the firing line. The pistol and rifle ranges will have shed-style covers constructed over the firing lines. Next slide. With phase 1 funded, we have been able to move from the conceptual drawings to finalized plans. Constructions for phase 1 rifle ranges and phase 2 pistol range are complete. Next slide. The 25-yard pistol range will have berms and backstops constructed, making it completely separate from the rifle ranges. A concrete pad will establish the firing line. Next slide. Phase 2 will also see the completion of shed-style covers for the rifle and pistol ranges, a kiosk, and additional signage. Currently, the shooting benches are not included in our plans that are on the drawings. Next slide. The concept for this project came from the very successful shooting range on the Methow Wildlife Area. It was constructed at the site of a user-created range that had the same problems as Swakane Canyon. This range is very popular, providing a safe and user-regulated place to shoot. Volunteers and users provide much of the day-to-day maintenance, with wildlife area staff taking care of bigger maintenance issues. This range has had little to no vandalism or use of inappropriate targets. It has a high level of use by rifle, pistol, and some shotgun enthusiasts. Next slide. The nearest private residence is 0.4 miles away to the southeast. A department-owned workshop and storage building are 0.38 miles away to the west. Overall, noise will be reduced with target shooting restricted to one location in the canyon and oriented away from buildings and residences. Next slide. Projectile containment will be achieved by the constructed backstops and side berms, as well as the topography of the canyon. Elevation gain from the shooting line to the top of the ridge is 1,300 feet. WDFW lands extend 1 mile beyond the range, with Forest Service lands beyond that. Next slide. This black and white aerial photo from 1991 shows target shooting activity at our proposed project site. I asked one of my old timer friends, now in his 80s, about the shooting range. He said people have been shooting in that canyon since the Department of Game bought the property in 1967. Next slide. We intend to renovate this user-created range in 2 phases and make it something that's much safer and more functional than current conditions. Next slide. Current conditions provide no accommodation for the safety of target shooters beyond an individual's own behavior, and other recreation users can be at risk. Every year, we receive complaints about unsafe and illegal target shooting practices. With all the dispersed shooting sites, any opportunity for lead containment or abatement is not possible. Swakane Canyon is going to transition from being a place to shoot wherever and however you want to a safe, contained, and pleasant place to shoot. This will also create the situation where lead containment and abatement is possible and other recreation can occur without ongoing conflict. Next slide. The total cost estimate for the fully developed range is about $400,000. That was the driver for us having 2 phases. Phase 1 will be completed next spring, creating safe and defined 100 and 200 yard ranges with supporting infrastructure. Phase 2 will complete the range with a standalone pistol range, shed style covers over the firing lines, signage, and a kiosk. Next slide. This range would be available to all mandated uses. A Discover Pass or Vehicle Access Pass would be all that is needed to use the range. For group events with 30 or more people, a land use permit may also be needed. There would be no fee for that permit if it is a non-commercial event. Next slide. Since this range will be on a state-owned wildlife area, the general public would have unlimited access as long as they have a Discover Pass or Vehicle Access Pass. Closure of the facility would only occur during periods of extreme fire danger. Next slide. The concept for this project has worked on the Methow Wildlife Area, and it can work on the Chelan Wildlife Area too. The current management plan for the wildlife area has an objective to address conflicts between target shooting and other recreation in Swakane Canyon. We will be nearly halfway there with the completion of phase 1 next spring. Phase 2 will wrap this up and fulfill that objective to make Swakane Canyon a better place for target shooters, hunters, bird and butterfly watchers, hikers, and other recreation activities. And lastly, the Wenatchee Sportsman Association, backcountry hunters and anglers, Chelan County commissioners, and an avid upland bird hunter have all seen the value of this project and provided letters of support. Next slide. And I'd like to thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much, Ron. Questions, comments from the committee? You can use the little raise hand feature. There you go, Bill. Go ahead.
Yes, Ron.
Yes.
Thanks for your presentation.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Oh, thank you.
This is, just to be clear, this is no cost to the public. Hours that it's open?
The cost would be a Discover Pass or Vehicle Access Pass. The Vehicle Access Pass, you get one when you buy a hunting or fishing license. The Discover Pass, I believe they're $28, and it allows access to state parks, DNR lands, and state fish and wildlife lands. It would be open dawn to dusk, basically.
Good. Yeah, that's typical of state rules also. Half hour
Yeah.
before sunrise, half hour after sunset,
Yeah.
something like that. Whoever wants to shoot in the dark. But anyway, do you have on your maintenance and care on the facilities, do you have organizations involved helping you with that maintenance and monitoring, so forth?
Well, right now, all we have is the user created range, and I've never cleaned it up. It's kind of a mess right now. It kind of goes through ups and downs with piles of, pallets and targets. And then Wenatchee Sportsman, some of the employees at a local sporting goods store hooked on toys, they regularly clean the place up. And I'm counting on and sure of their continued support when they have a nice place to shoot.
True. Good. I see this all the time. It happens all over the forest in Oregon and Washington, dispersed shooting sites. And yet, when our organization helped the Oregon Department of Forestry put in very similar shooting ranges in the Tillamook State Forest. And when we did that, we really saw a nice difference. Places that were being used for dispersed shooting were very seldom used because people liked the improved places to shoot, and it became so popular. It's really crazy. You have to stand in line waiting for a place to shoot because people prefer to shoot at an improved location rather than out beating the brush and the stickers and everything else. They really prefer a nice place to shoot like this.
My son is doing a lot more target shooting now, and that's his biggest problem. He's, Dad, where can I go shoot? I just want to go shoot. And I said, be patient. We're getting there.
Great, thanks, Bill. Phil.
Yes, I have a question. One of the items that we're required to evaluate is mandated uses, including law enforcement use. How do you plan to manage? Is there any expected law enforcement use, and how do you manage potential conflicts between that and the public use?
That's a new one. And I have asked our enforcement officers if they would use it, and they said they probably would. They would have to schedule it, and I would treat it like if there was another large event. And I mentioned we have land use permits for groups over 30. And that's basically so that we can manage that group and perhaps tell them, you got to have a vault toilet, you got to have a garbage can, you got to clean up, you got to check in, check out. I'm sure that if our enforcement officers wanted to use it for training, we would post it well ahead of time saying, Monday at 8 o'clock, enforcement's going to be here for 3 hours, and let the public know.
All right, thank you.
Good, thanks. Other thoughts or questions or comments on this project? David, you got something?
Yeah, thanks. Hey, thanks, Ron. Just wanting to clarify what is in phase 1 versus this phase 2. I think that the rifle, the longer range berms and everything will be in the shooting pad, but maybe not the cover. So can you just make sure to clarify what phase 2 is adding, I guess?
Do you want me to do it now, or when I do my final presentation of, like another slide that really lays it out?
Just real quickly, if you, I guess
Okay.
both, but just to make sure that we understand.
Phase 1 will be the parking lot, paths, concrete pad for the 100 and 200 yard ranges, as well as all the berms, the grading for the 100 and 200 yard ranges. And we'll also get some stormwater treatments in phase 1 too.
And then this phase 2 is just the pistol.
Pistol range, the pad, firing line, concrete pad for the pistol range, and then the little shed covers over all the firing lines.
Okay, that's the part that I was wanting to make sure. Thanks.
And we probably, well, at this point, we're not going to have shooting benches, but I'm still wrangling for that.
Okay.
Good, thanks. Brian, you got something? Go ahead.
Okay, there we go. So Ron, again, thank you for bringing this, and it's a project that I really believe in what you're doing here. One of the concerns I had on phase 1, and we talked about, is either signage or barriers so people cannot wander over that ridge. And also, are we relying solely on the berms and the natural elevation to meet that blue sky rule for funded projects?
Yeah, I'm still considering signage up on that ridge. I remember that from last time. And yeah, that's it. We're not going to have any other baffles or anything. And there are people that do hike up on that ridge. It's people come down at hunting chuckers. I've seen some people hike straight up it just for the fun of it. But yeah, we'll do some signage.
Okay, just a concern. Thank you.
Good question. Bill, do you got something else?
Yes, I wonder what the incline on the grade is from the firing line to the backstop. And I'm wondering what kind of backstop materials you have in there for bullet retention.
John Hanson, would you like to address that?
Sure. You might want to go back to the construction drawing that we worked up. One more, I think. One more yet. So those are 1 foot contours. So we've got, I think it's about an 8% slope going up the hill. We're digging into that a little bit to level it out, but we can't dig any more out of it than that. But it's consistent with what we're shooting out at the Methau. That's working pretty well. And then the backstops, we will be using the native material as we push it up, but then the top 18 inches will be a sand mix in the backstop.
Surface of the actual shooting lane, the long lane all the way out to it. Any gravel or anything done to that?
No, we're going to stick with the native materials there.
Good. Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks. Anything else from the committee for Fish and Wildlife? Phil, you got something else?
Yeah, this is sort of a piggyback on the previous question on lead abatement. It's part of the presentation and part of the plan. I guess my experience in bureaucracies is that things like cleanup, lead abatement, and maintenance of the range don't occur unless they're budgeted. Is there any Fish and Wildlife plan to include any kind of maintenance budget for the range?
Yeah, we've been discussing that mainly because we have the range up at the Methau, but the WNAS is also in the process of building a range, and it's on our lands section's radar screen for a budgeted item. They know that once it's built, it has to be taken care of. And like I said before, we're going to rely on users and volunteers to do a good chunk of that. But I know me and my guys, we're going to be out there too, and we're committed to it.
Thanks very much.
All righty, I'm not seeing any other hands up, so Looks like we're good. Thank you very much, guys, for joining us. I appreciate it. And we'll see you again in February for the evaluations.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. And Carl, I never could get my little video to click.
Oh, okay. No worries.
Yeah, I tried.
Yeah,
But,
maybe next time. Yeah.
okay, I took a whole
Not a
bunch of
problem. We
time
can
to
hear
set
you
up my
fine.
laptop too.
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. That's the most important thing.
Okay. Well, I cleaned my office for you too.
Oh, man. Send us a picture. Email me a picture.
Okay. All right. Thanks, everyone.
All right, we'll see you. All right, folks, you have earned a lunch, believe it or not, already. Wow. So, yeah, what time are we coming back? 12:50. So we have just under an hour for lunch. And we'll get going with KBH Archers. Actually, I think those are the folks who are waiting on a PowerPoint. Has it arrived? We'll have to see if that has arrived. But anyway, if anyone has questions or anything, let me know. I'm hanging around here at lunchtime and can help you out with whatever you need. All right, we will see you soon.
Carl, this is
Yeah.
Jenny. I have one quick question for you. When
Sure.
we're leaving feedback, do you only want us to put feedback in those in that review piece if we have it? Like, do you want like, hey, I really like this part, or do you only want suggestions for improvement prior to the February submission?
That is completely up to you. Sometimes it is nice for applicants to hear both. Like, if a particular question was really clear and concise, say, thanks. That was very clear, sounded good. In addition to any concerns or comments you have, but you certainly don't have to, and you could just leave those blank. If you have no comments and everything's fine, you can leave it blank as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Sure. All right, I don't see anything else from folks, but again, I'm around here at lunchtime. If you need anything, just let me know.
He was in the waiting room for a while and wasn't. I kept trying to let him in, but he wasn't.
All right, let me ask him. Hey, Dean, this is Carl. Can you hear me okay? I can see you, but it looks like you're muted. Dean, if you can hear me, unmute yourself. I'm just wondering if you're presenting. You're just listening in today, or one of our next presenters? Are you applying for a grant? Maybe you can't hear me. Dean, can you hear me? If you can't hear me, unmute yourself.
I can hear you fine, Carl, if that helps you, but I don't
Okay,
know.
thanks.
I don't know if Dean can hear you.
Yeah, all right. Dean, if you're looking on there should be a Zoom toolbar to unmute yourself. If that's the issue, or maybe you need turn your volume up on your own computer. Let's see, someone made a comment that able to join the meeting on Chrome, but Firefox would not work. But Chrome is working well. I'm not sure what internet browser you're on. But Dean, I can see you okay. I just can't, maybe we can unmute. We can just ask to unmute is all. Or you can send me a chat too as well, Dean. Hey, now you're unmuted, Dean. Can you hear me? Can you see me? We can see you. And it looks like you're unmuted. Hello? Dean, want to make sure you can hear me okay, and we can hear you. Dean, you're unmuted. If you can say something to see if we can hear you. Well, maybe your microphone's not working. Might be a setting in your computer somewhere to turn on your microphone. It'd be in the computer, right? Not in the Zoom. Yeah. So Dean, you'd have to go to your computer settings. Probably, so if you go settings and then probably says like system, nope, it's gone. All right. Sometimes that works too, to log in, log off, and log back in. All right, well, I'm gonna.
Hey, Carl.
Dude, yes.
Hey, it's Michelle.
Hey, Michelle.
Just wanted to let you know that I've not gotten a response from Gene at KBH Archers. I've left him a few voicemails and I've sent emails and I've not gotten a response. So
okay, and that's Gene, Gene Schensmeyer. Okay, well, we'll see if he shows up. There was, is he back? Who was that other guy who was having Dean? Do you know who Dean?
His name looks familiar to me.
He's Gig Harbor or something.
Oh, yeah, so Lee Rodenberg is going to be presenting for Gig Harbor at 1:10. Maybe Gene is one of the co-project contacts. I can look in Prism really quick. Looks like he's having some audio problems.
Yeah, Dean. Yeah, I don't know. He logged off. Maybe when he logs back in, sometimes that's all you got to do is log on, log back in, log off.
Right.
So, okay. Well, thanks for trying with KBH. We'll see if anyone shows up. And
oh, yes. Dean is actually the primary project contact for Gig Harbor. Okay. Although it looked, I think when I was trying to figure out who is actually presenting, and I believe Lee's name was on the PowerPoint. So anyway, Dean is with Gig Harbor and he'll probably be helping with that presentation.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay. So are you going to try to connect straight to them if no one from KBH shows up?
Yes, if KBH doesn't show up and Gig Harbor's logged in, well, they should be logged in a little early.
Yeah.
We'll just move on.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens.
Okay. Sounds good.
All righty.
Thanks.
Yep. Hey, Dean, this is Carl. Looks like you're back.
Dean Freitas.
Hey, I can hear you now. All right.
Yeah, I was having a problem. I fixed it.
Excellent. And you're with Gig Harbor, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Is Lee also going to be joining us?
He will be joining us. He'll be here in about a half an hour. Are we online for a 1:10 start?
You are.
Outstanding.
You are. Although we haven't yet heard from KBH Archers right before you.
Okay.
So you may, if you guys are logged in and ready, you may end up going a little early if KBH doesn't show up. We'll see. So.
Well, I got to tell you, this is my first time running it through the clubhouse. I'm in the clubhouse that needs a roof. And, you know, the first time you try to get audio visual hookup on a new system, I've never used Zoom. I've been here for the last hour.
Oh my gosh.
I don't have any fingernails left. Okay.
I hear you. So you've never used Zoom before?
I am retired, sir, and proud of it. I spent my life on the computer and audio-visual meetings and negotiations, and I have all but walked away from it. So I'm happy with it. So
well, good for you. Congratulations.
Living here in Olalla, Washington, and 10 beautiful flat acres, horse property. Moved here from California. Don't hold it against me. I'm here of my own free will.
Excellent. Yeah, that's nice. That's a nice area up there.
I got 10 of the prettiest acres in all of Olalla, and it's all flat and it's horse property.
Nice.
I'm looking at, sir, the technical review meeting schedule for today. Is that what I should be seeing?
That's what you should be seeing, just to let folks know we're on lunch break.
Okay.
And and then you're up after lunch.
Okay. Unless the KBH Archers come on, right?
What's that?
Unless the KBH Archers Incorporated come on.
Yeah. We'll see if they end up showing up.
Okay.
And they said they were, so we'll see. But we don't have their PowerPoint yet. So anyway, we'll see what happens.
Okay. So I can just sit here just like this, and I'll listen and wait. Lee is supposed to be here at like 12:45. So if not, we can get started with me if that's what you like, or we can wait for Lee. He's a very punctual man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We can wait for Lee. That's fine. Because you guys aren't scheduled till 1:10, but
okay.
We can take a little bit longer lunch too, so that's fine too.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true, sir. Well, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to wait. I think all my systems are green and go for launch, as it would appear.
Excellent.
So, glad to be here. Thanks for being such a help. What I basically had to do was shut down my laptop and start all over again. My speakers just weren't, I don't know, they weren't initiated or something.
Okay. Sometimes that's all it takes is log off and log back on, and it resolves your issues. So. Yeah,
but when you're chewing on your fingernails because you don't want to be late, it's hard to kill your computer.
Exactly.
Carl, what position do you hold at RCO, sir?
I'm one of the grant managers here. Okay. And I actually used to work the Pierce County territory, so I got to know your range and your club a little bit, and I've worked with Lee in the past. We did the
Lee. Great.
Yeah, we did the shot curtain.
Yes.
Yep, that was one of our projects.
Did you do the noise abatement one too?
And noise, and your pistol range, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm new to the range. I'm a range officer, and I used to deal with government contracts. I was a federal government DOD contracting officer. I had an unlimited warrant. I could sign a DOD contract worth any amount of money. Negotiated some big ones. So they made me the Stuckey on grants.
Yeah, I'll bet they're glad to have you.
Well, the last hour I was chewing my fingernails trying to get this tech thing squared away, but I think I got it.
Okay, good.
All right, well, why don't you go eat lunch, and we'll be here. I'll be here at least, and Lee, I'm sure will be here by 11:45 or 12:45.
All right, thanks, Dean.
Thank you, Carl.
All right, talk soon.
Talk to you soon. Bye.
And then they, we're all set up, hooked up, ready to rock and roll. I'm just big old spark chicken. Kind of, I mean, this is just a Zoom or is it just Zoom? And I came in early to upload Zoom. I uploaded, hooked up. But I've reached a lot of people. You got reached a lot of general schools. Never fails. Something goes wrong. The thing and the briefing and more can go wrong. I couldn't get any audio visual. None. I mean, audio. Zero. Couldn't. I don't know, but I took a big bold step. I shut down my entire computer. Got out of Zoom. Got out of everything. Reinitialize everything. And I bring up Zoom, I bring up the meeting, I get the password home. I'm staring at the screen. My voice said, "Hey, Pete, is that you?" Remember? It was Carl. One of the, Carl was the council, grant counselors. Right. He said he knew you. Yeah. Seemed like he had a nice guy. Yeah. But he's there at lunch now, and he said the first one's due in 5 minutes. The next one, you only get 30 minutes. I have a couple questions. The 44,500, does that already include the escalation to the? Yes. Yes. And how many members is the well-armed woman? I asked Mary Ellen that. I don't have a number. I know we've had I built at least 3,000. So I don't know, but it's an ongoing thing. Okay, I have about, you want to put it on some kind of elevation, okay, a box. Well, here, let's just get this podium. What do you think? Yeah, I don't think that's. Or how about the view box? Okay. Yeah, that way, I have about 9 or 10 of these Zoom meetings. I got another one that's important. I've already done a budget for, there you go. I've never done Zoom, but I've done 1,000. We have a regular Zoom, and then I have a webinar, and then another called GoToMeeting. Yes, we use that in the but now we went through this webinar with the city for a council meeting because now anybody on it. We like to have public comment at these churches, and before here, it looks like I'm gonna shut my Yeah, we used to have audio visual meetings with headquarters and customers. But I never used Zoom. Yeah, Carl thought it was easy. That's okay. I'm retired. I'm proud of it. Just so you know, at 12:50, there's a departure group that's going to go. 12:50. You get 20 minutes. That's not more like it. Yeah, 20 minutes. Yeah, they want about yeah, that's why. I love to talk about it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I had like 45 slides and started with not kidding. All right, and this is the first review I got. Yeah, these people are really, there's a woman, I think she still sits on the committee, that's memorable. Good, that's what I wanted to know. It worked well last time. I mean, it worked, but yes, it happened. So I'm thinking, it's like 45. Easily 40. I mean, yeah.
Well, hello, everybody. 12:51 now. Hope you had a good lunch. KBH Archers was scheduled to go now, but we have not heard from them. They did not get us a PowerPoint, and the grant manager has been reaching out, so maybe something came up with them, but I think we'll give them another minute here in case somebody shows up here at the last second. Otherwise, we can move on to Gig Harbor. Dean, I see you're still here. Let's see if you could unmute yourself. I don't know if Lee is here yet or not, or if he's with you.
Yeah, I'm here, Carl.
Hey, Dean. Is Lee with you, or is he going to dial in separately?
Hey, no, Carl, this is me. I'm with Dean.
Oh, hey, Lee. All right, great.
Good to see you.
Great. Yeah, you too. All right. And advisory committee folks, are you all back from lunch? I don't really, you could raise your hand and lower it, or just say hello. There's David. Oh, good. I'm seeing some hands. Just want to make sure folks are back. Excellent. And you can lower your hands. Well, let's just go ahead since everyone's here and Gig Harbor folks are here and we haven't heard from KBH. We will keep reaching out. Maybe they just won't be able to do technical review, which is fine. It's an optional process. Okay, hold on. Lori, working on getting back into Prism. Lori, do you need some help?
Not sure, Carl. It decided to freeze up on my Surface tablet, so I'm just trying to get it initiated again.
Okay. Well, we have time, so we'll give you a minute to make sure you can get that up and running. And Jenny, do you have a question, or you're just saying that you're back and ready to go? Jenny, I see that your hand is up, but I'm not sure if you're just saying, hey, I'm back, or if you have a question for me. And you're muted.
Can you see me, Carl?
I cannot. Your camera is not on. At least that's what it looks like on our end.
Okay.
In the Zoom, the little control menu. Oh, there it is. Hey, Lee.
Hey.
You guys are in the clubhouse there, huh?
Yeah, we are.
All right. All right.
Hey, Carl. I'm
Dean.
Dean.
Hey, Dean. All right. Lori, how are you doing? Are you getting logged back into Prism? Internet issue. So Lori, is Zoom working okay? Just not Prism?
Carl, Zoom's working fine, but having to use the second laptop, it's decided to not play fair with the internet. So it's being rebooted. Oh, now it wants updates. Just carry on as if we're normal and I'll catch up.
Okay. All right. Yeah, and you could just jot down notes the old-fashioned way, and if you have any, and type them into the system later. Hopefully that will get booted up and working for you. But as long as at least you got Zoom going, so that's good. So let me pull up Gig Harbor Sportsman's Project. There we go. Lean, I think it'll work better. I'll just advance the slides for you rather than trying to pass controls over. So let me make sure I can do that. There we go. All right, well, whenever you're ready, go right ahead, introduce yourself. And
so is this the screen I see on this, is it going to be, let me see if I can enlarge it. Okay, that's great.
And you can turn your camera off if you want during the presentation and then back on for Q&A.
Okay. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for this opportunity to apply for this grant. It's pretty important to us. I'm Lee Rodenberg. I'm the president of the club, and I have been for the last decade. This is not, we've gotten other FARR grants, and we're very, very appreciative. This particular grant, if you could go ahead and go to the next slide. We're requesting funding for our clubhouse roof. We have a clubhouse that was built in 1950, approximately 1950. It's vertical log construction. The logs were cut right here on the property, and it's been a wonderful community asset. We hold lots of meetings here. Right now, we have two layers of roofing, and our roof leaks everywhere there's a joint, and has been for the last year, and we've been putting on patches here and there. When we found that we had the opportunity for this grant, we went out and got some bids from 3 different contractors. They came up and looked at it. They naturally, with roofers, they told us that we won't necessarily be able to tell if there's damage to the substructure or any of the sheeting underneath it. We expect probably there is some. So in their quotations, they put in a small contingency should that occur. Next slide. This is a picture of our clubhouse. You can see the size of the roof. Again, like I said, it's built in 1950 and re-roofed at one point since then, probably in the mid-60s. Next slide. We are within the city limits of Gig Harbor. We weren't always, but then the city has annexed and annexed and annexed. And so now we're actually inside the city. We have well over 2,000 members. Half of those memberships are family memberships. Members come from the entire South Sound, Lakewood, Kitsap Peninsula, Tacoma area, as well as the Gig Harbor Peninsula. We have rifle, pistol, trap, archery, and 5-stand. We also provide a venue for the Washington State Department of Corrections to train 2 days a week by contract. So they come out on Monday and Thursday mornings and train for several hours. Next slide. This is the general location of the club, right about the tip of that arrow on the map. It is where we approximately located. You can see well within city limits of Gig Harbor. Next slide, please. In the greater area, you can see the area that we think we have members within this box. We have the rare member comes out of Seattle or those areas, but primarily all 2,000 family and memberships and personal memberships are within that box. Next slide. A little bit of the history of the club. Club was founded by some of the same people that founded the city of Gig Harbor. They started shooting together in the 30s. at another location here in Gig Harbor. And in 1947, they moved to this current location and incorporated as a nonprofit. Next slide. We have a rifle pistol range. We have 6 lanes of pistol and 6 lanes of rifle. And then this last year, we actually made 3 of the rifle lanes convertible to pistol should the demand require it. We have returning targets, so we put in the tracks and the cranks so that we don't have to call a ceasefire when we want to take the targets off. At the trap range, we have 7 trap fields, which we are open 2 days a week. Sundays normally open 2 days a week under normal circumstances, not COVID, and that's Sundays and Thursdays. We also hold charitable events on our trap fields. We have 4 charitable trap meets where we raise money for the PTSD Foundation. That would be the Permission to Start Dreaming, Ducks Unlimited, and various food banks. We also have 5 stand, which contains 6 portable machines and a duck tower. And we started archery about 5 years ago, and we have 8 lanes of archery, and it's very easy to expand those lanes. Because I mentioned that we're in the city of Gig Harbor, we're also governed by a city of Gig Harbor ordinance. That ordinance covers all shooting facilities in Gig Harbor, of which we are the only one. Part of that ordinance requires that we always have range officers and a NRA certified range master on duty. So we never open up unless we have those present. Next slide, please. This clubhouse, not only does it serve as a meeting place for the members, we hold our board meetings here. It's also has a kitchen in it, so we provide meals. Most recently, some of you may have heard about the lasagna lady. She's kind of famous here in Gig Harbor, and when she needed a commercial kitchen to make lasagna, we offered her free of charge our commercial kitchen since we weren't open. And to this date, she's served over 3,000 lasagnas to people in the general area. She's also on CNN, Good Morning America, Evening Magazine. So she brought a lot of positive vibe to the club, and it's important to us to have the community know that we're a true asset. We get our members, like I said, from the community, but everyone is welcome. We don't deny membership to anyone. We also have hunter safety classes here. We have lots of firearms safety classes. We also hold a chapter of the Well-Armed Woman here, and that's been about 2, maybe 3 years now we've been doing that. And the Well-Armed Woman group, which I think you're familiar with, is a national organization. And in this chapter, we have at least 50 ladies that come and attend those meetings monthly under non-COVID conditions. We also are hunter safety courses. In the last decade, we've trained over 3,500 young people and people that need to have the hunter safety course. The firearm safety, we actually have NRA certified instructors in every firearms discipline, including shotgun. But we have several classes for just pistol and rifle, and those are naturally NRA certified instructors, and it's overwhelming. We do not have enough time to have all the classes that we could. So that's the amount of our training. Next slide, please. This is the degree of difficulty in this project is just a simple roof on our clubhouse. It's a re-roofing. No acquisition is planned, just a new roof. Next slide. Again, these slides only address the line items that we were asked for. So question number 3, having to do with the, was it designed in a high quality manner? It's just a re-roofing project, but I can tell you that the quality of roof is going to be exceptional in as much as we're getting algae resistant 50-year shingles on the roof. So next slide, slide please. There is no impact on sound or projectiles leaving the facility. Thanks to a FARR grant, we have a 510-foot long, 50-foot tall shot curtain in our shotgun trap ranges, and that keeps all shotgun projectiles on our fields. And then we just installed new bullet traps in our rifle pistol range. Next slide. Again, question number 5 is, this will just simply remove and replace the current roof. The roof is leaking pretty bad, so it's important for us to get it done. We will probably put on some temporary patches to hold us over till the next construction season, and when this grant can hopefully be funded. Next slide. There's no direct safety correlation with a new roof, other than it's going to keep the people inside the clubhouse dry. It'll keep our equipment dry. It'll keep the rest of the building from developing mold and getting wet and ruining some of our assets. Next slide, please. In order to develop a budget for this, we went out and solicited bids from roofing contractors. We selected 3 of the best ones. We interviewed them. We looked at their quotes. We have a favored right now, but come time to actually put the roof on, we'll take another look and ascertain whether their quote had increased or not. As when they did quote, they said that if we weren't going to build it for another 9 months to a year, there may be some kind of escalation in it. So in the $44,500 we asked for, we have about 5% in there for escalation. Next. This is also where you ask if we have sufficient funds to pay for our share of this. We do. We were hoping that we could take it out of our operating revenues, but we've been closed for 8 months due to COVID and have not had any revenue whatsoever, except for a limited amount of memberships being renewed. We froze memberships to people that were already members, and they will get credit for the time we were shut down. We've been open about 2 weeks now on a limited basis with COVID protocols in place, but now it appears as if we will probably have to close again this coming week. Next slide. Again, we talked about the officer training for the Center of Correctional Center for Women. That's the DOC people. We have, again, tell you that we have NRA certified instructors in every firearm. And I mentioned already the hunter safety. Next slide. Again, our membership is open to all people that apply. All of our venues are open to the public, be they members or not. If someone comes and they want to utilize our facility, they can as a non-member. But we also allow guests. Non-members pay a little additional fee. Our hours of operation are posted on the website, also on our gate. However, due to COVID restrictions, severely reduced. Next, please. We are the only public shooting range in the immediate area. I think the closest one is probably 25 miles away in Bremerton or maybe over in Lakewood. But they don't offer the same things we do. They don't have the clubhouse. They don't have archery. The one that's Bremerton does not have rifle pistol, and Lakewood does not have a trap. We implemented, we wanted to see how the community looked at us over the last several years. It's important to us to have a positive vibe out in the community. So we looked at Facebook and Yelp and have memberships in those, and our ratings have increased substantially. We probably have a 4 to a 5 star rating in all the social media people that come here and care to comment on their experience. Next, please. The goals, just simply to provide a safe and secure clubhouse for our membership and any of those and our charitable events. Roof replacement is essential to meeting that goal. The roofing contractor is going to be hired and he'll remove all the old roofing. He'll look at the sheeting, repair what's necessary, and any other structural damage should there be some. We don't expect that there's structural damage, simply maybe the sheeting. I will probably manage this project myself. It's as simple as letting the roofers come in the front gate. Next slide, please. We are financially sound. About a year and a half ago, the club sold the city the right of way to build a new road just to the north of our facility. It was the largest roadway, actually the largest public works project the city ever had. The road was about a $12.5 million project, and the Gig Harbor Sportsman's Club got close to $700,000 for the sale of the property. We expect that our contribution will be more than 50% to this project. Since we did only ask for $44,500, should it exceed that, we will cover any kind of exceedance with our own funds and our volunteer hours. Next slide. I want to thank you very much for your consideration today, and hope you all stay healthy. So if there's any questions, I'd be glad to entertain them.
Great, thank you, Lee. Questions for the Gig Harbor project? Rachel, and then Phil.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I'm trying to figure out how I can get my video on. There we go. Thanks for your presentation. That was great. My one question is about the match. You said that you'd be able to make up some of the match with volunteer work, but what would that look like if you're going with a roofing contractor?
Well, we've talked to the contractor and told them that we were interested in doing some of the labor ourselves. And he said we could talk about that when the time comes. Possibly, since we have so many members, it might be an option for us to tear some of the roofing off ourselves. I think that part of the roof is to replace the gutters. With 2,000 members, we have people of all skill levels, including probably a gutter guy that could put on the gutters. So we will look for those kinds of opportunities.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks, Phil, go ahead.
Hi, this is Phil. My question is much like Rachel's, although I'll be a little more specific. I don't think we can determine whether the match is there without a better budget. And a better budget, from my point of view, would include the estimate from the roofing contractor. And then as you move forward, if it looks like you can specify what the club members are going to do, maybe in terms of hours and that kind of thing, then I think it would be a lot clearer that the match exists.
Sure. We're prepared to match our side entirely in cash. However, I apologize. I thought possibly the quotations had been included in our application, but I can, if you'd like to see those, we can send those to you this afternoon.
Yeah, what I see in the application is 44,500 for the roof.
Is there not a full proposal? Or a
I don't
quote from the
believe so.
roofer?
It doesn't, well, our advisory committee members don't have like direct access to every attachment.
Okay.
Although I don't see that attached in there either. But you could include that in your PowerPoint when you come back for the evaluation.
Okay, we'll certainly do that.
Yeah, and then like you just mentioned, emphasize at that time that you do have cash in the bank on hand. You're going to try to do as much as you can volunteer, but if you come up short, you've got money available to just cover your match.
Well, it's almost the opposite of that, Carl. We intend on paying the majority of it. We don't see a lot of opportunity for volunteer help, frankly. So we're prepared to cover the whole thing with cash on hand. And hopefully we could save a little if there are opportunity for volunteers to help.
Okay, sounds good. So when we'll return your application and you'll have an opportunity to make some change. I mean, right now you're showing $11,000 in donated labor. If you think that might be less, just make the adjustment before you over the next couple months.
Okay.
All right, good questions. Anything else from the committee on this one? Bill, you got something?
Yes, question. Let's see. There it is. Okay. On the plan, like was said before there, I also didn't see any details on the project, but with your explanation, I got a better idea on what it's going to be. However, have you considered just removing all trusses and everything and going with a new truss system, roofing and sheetrock or something inside?
We don't think that's going to be necessary. It's a structurally sound building.
Okay. So you think trusses are in good enough condition to keep those?
Yes.
Will this include new sheathing?
It will include it if it's required, and we expect in areas where it had been leaking for who knows how long, that sheathing will be required.
Okay, good. Any interior sheetrock work needed?
No.
Okay, good. Is this an attic? Or
there is an attic. There is a small attic. Well, it's more of a crawl space.
Okay.
Not much room up there at all. It's insulated, but it's not really an attic, so to speak.
But it's not a scissor truss type of situation.
It is. There's a picture that Carl put up again.
Okay. Good. Thank
It's
you.
not open beam or anything. The ceiling is roughly. I'm sitting in the clubhouse now. It's roughly 10-foot ceiling.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Thanks, Lee.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Gig Harbor. All right. Well, thanks. I know it's a pretty straightforward one, just replacing a roof, but I appreciate you gave us a lot of context and kind of history of the club and the activities you have going on there. So,
Carl, when do you think you'll be sending that application back with comments?
That will be in the next couple of weeks. So your grant manager will make her own comments as well as any other comments from the committee. So this year, the committee can also provide written comments. So if you didn't get a lot of Q&A, you may still get more written comments. So
Fine. Well,
that'll be in the
welcome
next couple of weeks, and then you'll have over a month to make revisions and resubmit.
Wonderful. Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks, Lee. Thanks, Dean. Appreciate you joining us.
Yep. Thank you. Bye now.
All right.
Stay
Bye-bye.
safe, you all.
All righty. Well, still no word from KBH as far as I know. So we have, well, we're scheduled for another break here. We tried to, what we learned a few months ago when we did a bunch of these Zoom meetings is it's very fatiguing sitting and staring at a screen up close for this long. So we've built in lots of extra breaks, just makes it a lot more easier to get through the day. So Cowlitz County is next. Why don't we, and I'm not sure if someone just.
We have two people who are, Stephen and Mansell are both.
Okay. Well, let's see, we could. My timer going off. Let's just take 10 minutes. We're ahead of schedule and we'll stay a little bit ahead of schedule. Let's just take a 10-minute break. Come back at 1:30 and we'll get going with Cowlitz. If that works for folks, let's go ahead and do that. Thought I unmuted myself. I guess I didn't. So Cowlitz is next. There's a couple folks here. I'm not sure who's the presenter for Cowlitz County, or if you're tag teaming it. Hi, Alyssa.
Hello.
You going to present this one?
So I'm going to be teaming up with Steve Nelson.
Okay. Great. And Steve, can you hear me okay? Can you unmute yourself and make sure you can hear us and we can hear you? No, nothing yet.
It got moved on me.
Ah, there we go. No worries. Hi there. All right. Well, let's get going. I'll go ahead and advance your slides for you. Just say next, and I'll advance them. That'll be easier than trying to pass the controls to like the two different people. And let me see. I'll turn my video off. All right. Okay. So whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Okay, so I'm Alyssa with Cowlitz County Parks Department, and this is the Cowlitz County Public Shooting Range Phase 3. It's a trap range expansion and road improvements project. Next. As you can see here in our regional map, we're located 50 miles from Olympia and 50 miles from Vancouver. We're kind of in a nice little pocket. Next. We're 1 mile off of I-5 through just a little residential area, and it goes out to an 80-acre parcel where our shooting range is. Next. So our service area, there's about 8 gun ranges within a 50-mile radius. All of them are private. We're the only public, and there's only 2 trap facilities other than us. Next. So our need, as I said before, we're the only public trap facility within 50 miles, and currently we cannot host competitions for our local schools, clubs, and community. Trap teams are currently growing in Washington and Oregon schools, and we'd like to accommodate them and help them out. Next. Another part of the project is our road improvements. As you can see in our picture, there's a nice little sign to bottom left corner that says dust control, go slow. Our roads and parking lots are gravel on top of sandy dredge spoils. So as you can imagine, the dust is horrendous during the summer. So our plan is to chip seal it to prevent that from happening. We also lack proper parking capacity for events. So if we want to expand our trap range, we also need to expand our parking lots. Our road leading to our trap range is currently a single lane with pullouts. We'd like to widen that. Next. So this is a snapshot of the actual trap facility. Currently we have 1 range and it's directly in the middle. As you can see, there's a proposed trap house to the left and to the right of the current one. And this is kind of a general layout of what it would look like. And all of our earthwork has already been done, so we're ready to go. Next. This is our trap house design. So all of our architectural work has already been done. Our current trap house, this is what it looks like, and it works for us. We'd like to stick with what we already have, and we know it. Next. So our facility is about 52 acres, and it's on an 80-acre parcel. We own 8 acres to the east of the North Toutle River. As you can see, it's on dredge spoils, which makes it easy because we don't have any neighbors directly next to us that will be greatly impacted, except for the neighbors that already live there. Next. As you can see, so our trap range is about in the middle of the entire facility. To the south, we have dispersed residential, and to the north, we have a Weyerhaeuser tree farm. So we don't get any visitors from the north. And then to the east is the river. And then the west, it's all trees. So it's not really a big impact. Next. So our facility is already in place and we have an existing customer base. We want to build on that and bring in large groups and teams. Next. Our trap houses will have stairs and handrails to accommodate WSHA standards. Our trap pads will have ADA accessible trails and pads to accommodate any shooter. Part of this project includes upgrading our roads and parking lots like we talked about before. Our road leading back to the trap range is a single lane, which means it's really hard for traffic from both directions to get through. One of them has to pull over so the other one can get by. To improve the safety, we'd like to widen that road. Also, our parking lot isn't big enough to accommodate multiple large trucks and trailers. So if we expand that, we can accommodate everybody. Next. So this is a snapshot of our budget development. Our trap houses and pad construction is at $105,000. That's for 2 of them. And all of our estimates were provided by our licensed contractors that come from our small works rosters. And our road work was done by our public works department. So they're really accurate. The 2 trap machines would be about $25,000. The electrical work to run 2 of the trap machines would be another $25,000, and that was provided by an electrician. Our parking lot development would be about $30,000, which would include chip sealing and widening. Our road improvement is about 14, which would also be chip sealing and widening. We're asking for reimbursement of our architectural and engineering costs, our plans for our trap houses, and a safety plan for a 100-yard range. We also reimbursement for engineering for noise tests for our SUP. And then our permits came in at about $2,800 for the trap house and pad. Next. The range is open to all members of the general public. We have shooters with safe places to shoot rifles, pistols, shotguns, and archery. And we've been open since May 1st of 2013. So we're not new. We host events in our event center, such as free pistol classes, basic firearm safety, women's only classes, and provide safe space for high school FFA teams and 4-H clubs to practice. Currently, they can't compete because we don't have more than 1 range. So that's why we want to widen. Next. So our range facilities are welcome to all. It doesn't matter who you are. We do offer annual pass to cut down on costs for frequent visitors, which we have quite a few of those. We're open 35 hours a week. We're only closed on Monday for maintenance. Next. So adding 2 more traps will triple our capacity and allow for group events, including youth teams, shooting practice, competition, and other organized events that are very popular. We currently have 114 signatures supporting this project from the local community. And those are snapshots of our sheets of paper that people have signed and give their address for. Our community has been fantastic to work with. They support what we are trying to do and they understand the need for it. Next. So Cowlitz County is partnered with Cowlitz Game and Anglers, and we run and operate the shooting range together. So the grant is a collaboration from both parties, which will ensure completion, because without one, without the other, we're not going to get this done. Our community support and involvement is why we've been successful this far, operating this facility and completing our previous phases 1 and 2. That's it.
Great, thank you, Alyssa.
Thank you.
And Steve, did you have anything to add or to say, or just available for questions, or?
Yeah, this is Steve Nelson, available for any questions. Alyssa's pretty much made the points that we want to get to the board.
Okay, great. And you're both with the county?
No, Steve Nelson, I'm with Cowlitz Game and Anglers.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah, and I see that you're a secondary sponsor on the grant, so you're, but it sounds like the county will sort of take the lead for the running the actual project and construction, but then you partner with the ongoing operation and maintenance. Is that kind of how it works?
Yeah, the thing is that Cowlitz Game and Anglers did take the lead for phases 1 and 2 in development of the range and has had a lease of the 80 acre parcel since, what, 2008 or 2009. That lease will be coming to an end in 2025, and we envision just an operations agreement with the county at that point. Game and Anglers had the lease in order to be able to qualify for the prior grants.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks. All right, Phil, looks like you might have a question.
I do. A great presentation. I'm looking at the match and I can't see who is providing the match. Is that the Game and Anglers?
So Cowlitz County will be.
It's okay. So it's a county expenditure.
Yes.
Well,
Thank you very
county
much.
and Game and Anglers, yes.
Okay. That's it. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Phil. Other questions from the committee? David, go ahead.
Hi, this is Dave Whipple. Yeah, thanks a lot. Great presentation. Just a question on the chip seal, and I understand the widening project or part of the project is re-rocking not an option, and why? I mean, chip seal's great, but I'm just looking for cost effectiveness and wondering if re-rocking wouldn't be an option.
So basically our road is on top of dredge spoils, so it's always going to be dusty and seeping through, and it's exposed next to the river because we have river access right there, so the wind's always blowing. It just makes it really dusty for visitors. It's not very appealing.
Gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, this is Steve Nelson. Just to add something, if you look at the photo in the slides of the driveway, you will also see that people come in and spin donuts on top of the gravel
I saw that.
and tear it up. There's another slide with that showed. It was the one with the with the signs. Okay, there you go. The top one. You'll see that people come in and they just tear it up. So we can do it every week of smoothing out that gravel, but it just gets torn up again. So that's why we want something that's harder and more permanent.
Thank you much.
Great. Bill, go ahead.
Yes, I had a question on, and thank you for the nice presentation, Alyssa.
Thank you.
I had a question on the 100-yard rifle range. Was there something in here that said part of this was to finish the 100 range?
So I'll pass it on to Steve.
Yeah, this is Steve Nelson. The 100-yard range was originally intended to be a combined pistol and small bore rifle range that was included in the prior phase 2, but was not completed because of lack of funding. It's there, it's bermed, but what we've done with the county is there is a need for a better law enforcement use facility. So it is going to be repurposed for a lot of law enforcement use, but also some public use. And the thing is that the actual design part for that was not actually done in phase 2 because of the funding in there. It was just laid out as far as the space and the berms, et cetera. And now it being repurposed, it's not going to be a fixed shooting line like we have for the 300-yard rifle pistol range. it will be a more open area, which means there has to be some redesign for safety on that to comply with standards.
Okay, so that is not designed yet. You just need the funds to redesign so far?
It has not been redesigned for the changed format. That's true.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. The noise abatement work, is that for the analysis cost of noise abatement or implementation?
Yes, the special use permit governing the range under the county ordinance requires a noise study done by certified acoustic engineers for each additional shooting point on there. And so we're going to have additional shooting points at the trap range and then again at the 100-yard range that we need to have the noise done by the engineers.
Okay, good. Range safety officers at this range?
Yes, we have a staff of volunteers. They are all NRA standard certified. I'm the deputy range master and chief range safety officer. So I'm responsible for training all of the volunteer officers, and every one of them is trained to NRA standards. And we have at least one and generally 2 or 3 on duty all the time.
Okay. And the last question, the cost of using the facility, can people just pay a day fee, or it's only an annual pass to use it?
We have a daily fee that is split between Cowlitz Game and Anglers to cover certain of the operation and maintenance costs, and the county for their share of what they're picking up financially. Currently, the adult day rate is $13, and that's unlimited use all day.
Good.
But we do have an annual pass that covers the Cowlitz Game and Angler daily range fee, and that would bring somebody's cost down to $5 as far as the county portion for a day use.
Okay. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Other questions or thoughts from the committee? Nope. All right. I don't see anything. One thing I noticed, so I saw that I was sort of unclear about that 100-yard range as well. It's in your project description, but I don't really see it in the metrics or the cost estimate. So be sure to just double check that and build something in. If you are doing something out on that range as well, make sure there's money in your application and in your budget for that.
Well, in the budget, it has 2 things. One is the professional services for the design to meet the revised safety standards because it's not going to be a fixed shooting line. And secondly, the noise testing. So no hard construction cost per se. It's just the professional services.
Oh, I see. So it's maybe part of your A&E cost?
Yes, it's in there.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. I don't see any other questions. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Bye, you guys. Okay, we are going to move to Skookum Archers. And I think, Joe, are you presenting this one?
I am.
All right, welcome.
Thank you.
You can you see your PowerPoint now? Okay?
I can.
Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent. All right. And we'll just give the committee a second to move to the next project. Make sure you get advance in the review module to Skookum Archers. right. Do you want me to try to hand you control of the PowerPoint or just advance them myself?
That's up to you, Carl. I think it worked fine. Just advance it if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
Okay. All right.
All right. Well, I'm going to turn myself off and go right ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joe Moyer. I'm the president of Skookum Archers in Puyallup, Washington. Today, we're coming to you to talk about some range improvements and ADA access improvements we'd like to make to our facility. Go ahead and go next, Carl. So a little bit about Skookum. We were established in 1951. And we have about 40 acres that we purchased in 1959. As you can see, obviously pre-COVID, we're a pretty active facility. Go ahead next. We have quite a bit of wildlife on site and have a history of conducting classes. I believe this is a gun safety course that we had on site. Obviously, again, pre-COVID. Next, Carl. And quite a bit of youth opportunities. We work with Tacoma Public Parks, providing some classes, as well as our youth archery group here. Next. So I'll give you a little preview of where we're located. We're just outside of the Puyallup city limits on Shaw Road, close to Tacoma and south of Federal Way, Kent, and Seattle. Next, please. Our service area map, as there's several ranges spread all over the place, just give you an idea on where we are in relationship to other area ranges. Our closest archery range or archery and gun facility is Tacoma Sportsman's, about 10 miles away. And then, as you can see, they're kind of spread out from there. We have over 600 archers that are members of our club, and which with COVID it is actually increasing quite a bit. So next, please. So this is a overview of our actual location. As you can see, we have, like I said, we have about 40 acres. Here we have split up into 4 field courses, our A, B, C, and D courses. We have a flat range with targets ranging from 10 yards out to over 100 yards, clubhouse, members range, and then an on-site pro shop as well. Go ahead next, please, Carl. Again, just an overview of our field courses. Each course has 14 targets, so 56 total targets available on our field courses. Next, please. Available parking. We have quite a bit of parking available, about 80 spaces available for public access. Next, please. So project need. For those of you that might be familiar, we came and received a grant and the last cycle for improvements to get ready for an indoor range. With this cycle coming in and with COVID being a big concern in front of mind, we're not abandoning that effort, but we're pivoting a bit because of the exponential increased use to our flat range and the limited availability for those with limited mobility, and being able to get down to the flat range safely, especially when we have rainy weather, winter time, that type of thing. So we'd like to put in a paved path to a ramp, construct a ramp and a set of stairs to get down, along with a paved path from the end of the ramp down to the flat range, and then paved paths to our 10, 20, and 30 yard bales with a paved apron at each target stand. Along with that, we'd like to make some improvements to our target stands, target bales, and backstops to our C and D field courses. Especially on our C course, we're using carpet bales that are about, I would say, 10 to 15 years old, and it's time for them to be replaced. Next, please, Carl. So, as I mentioned before, and as you can kind of see here, we're in a pretty much a densely packed residential area. We need to stay relevant. We need to be well maintained and secure for safety of all of our users and for people in the community. COVID has really highlighted the need for safe outdoor spaces. I mean, especially with, yesterday's announcement by the governor kind of putting more restrictions on indoor gatherings, and being this is winter and quote unquote indoor season, that really limits our availability in like our members range and our clubhouse area. So we're really trying to provide more access to our outdoor areas. And especially this year, our public use has increased by 20%. It looks like we might even break 20,000 people using our public members using our facility this year. And our membership is up about 10% as well. We usually run about 550 to 600. Now we're pushing 650. So I think, as we're all aware, people are looking for things to do outside, and this is one place where they've turned. So next, please. So this kind of gives you an overview on what we're talking about doing. As you can see here, kind of at the bottom of the screen is our clubhouse. Then we have a paved walkway from our paved parking lot here, moving to a ramp. That's kind of that the lighter gray pathway there. That would be a ramp down to another paved path that would go all the way out to our paved shooting line here. Adjacent to this ramp would be a set of stairs. That's a slope there that has a pretty good slope, and it has some grass on it, but again, as you might imagine, grass gets pretty slick, and so people trying to access it can be kind of treacherous getting down there. Then from our paved shooting line, which is pre-existing, then putting in paved walkways out to start out with these 3 bales, the 10-yard, 20-yard, and 30-yard bales, along with aprons available. And that's just for any of our wheelchair users that might decide to use the facility, so that they have the ability to pull their arrows and get back to the shooting line safely. Next, please, Carl. So project impact, again, increased opportunities for outdoor recreation, accessibility for those with limited mobility, and then safe access for all of our users, not only just those with limited mobility, but as I mentioned, with the set of stairs, being able to get down to the flat range safely. Next, please. And our long range plan continues to be an indoor range development. And we believe that this fits in a ramp, and more limited mobility access fits in very nicely with our long range plan of an indoor range development. And hopefully, once COVID settles down and we can keep moving that direction, we will do so. And next, please. So again, go back to safety. Safe all-weather access to all users, regardless of their mobility needs. And next, please. And a little bit about our budget development. So we're looking at about $75,000 for paved walkway, access and stairs, about $25,000 for C&D field course improvements, That should say site prep. I apologize. About 40,000, 10,000 for permits, and about 32,000 for A&E costs, for a projected total of about $192,000. So next, please. Our facility is open. Most of the facility is open for members of the public from dusk to dawn. We also historically host quite a bit of events here. Again, with COVID, that's kind of taken a back burner, but just an idea on, the reach of Skookum Archers and what we've been able to do with the facility that we have. So some things about that. Next, please. Public access is key. We have a daily rate for the public of $10 for adults, $5 for youth 12 and under. And right now, on average, some days are more, some days are less, obviously, but we're averaging 40 to 50 users, public users a day. And that doesn't count the members that come out and use the facility as well. That's just the public use that we do get. So we do have pretty significant public usage. Next, please. So again, need satisfaction, providing that safe and comfortable archery range year round. Of note is, from my understanding and from what I've been able to see from the archery ranges, at least in Western Washington, there's only one other range that really has limited mobility access, and that would be up in Darrington on one of their field courses. Access for their field courses. And I know that most archery ranges do have access to their flat ranges, but that's kind of next steps for us as well, is to increase access to our field courses and providing, a wide range of availability for those with limited mobility. And next, please. So that is all I have.
Great, thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Carl.
Questions on the Skookum project? Brian, go ahead.
Hey, thank you. And I do appreciate that you guys are doing this for the purpose you're doing it for, because there are a lot of site issues with a lot of ranges that I attend that would definitely be problematic for anyone in a chair needing any type of mobility. Sure. One of your line items in the metrics that I'm looking at on the screen is 10,000 for landscaping improvements, and maybe Carl can speak to this, but I'm not sure how that plays in, as it does beautify the scene, but it doesn't directly impact the safety or use of the course.
No, that's true. In that area where we're planning on putting the ramp, it's going to obviously tear that area up quite a bit. So it was mainly to come back and put a line item in for beautifying that area that's going to be, tore up from that work being done. So,
okay, and that actually makes sense to me versus just buying some plants.
Oh yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good clarification. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks. Other questions on this project? Phil, go ahead. Jump back to a site plan here.
Hi, this is Phil.
Yeah.
I think I heard you indicate that this is a departure from your previously approved project, which had to do with site improvements for your building. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's just a pivot in a slightly different direction. Again, we haven't abandoned going with an indoor range in the future. This is just more of an immediate need. based on, you know, the amount of outdoor use that we're getting. We are continuing our work with obviously the previous grant of building a new maintenance building so that we can clear more area and for the indoor range that we plan to build in the future. So
the reason for not actually doing a grant application that would further your other project is the increased amount of outdoor use?
That's correct.
Okay. And this may not even be relevant, so excuse me if it isn't, but under mandated uses, the people who review the projects required to look at it, and the mandated uses include law enforcement use. I don't imagine that you have law enforcement use, do you?
I mean, we have plenty of law enforcement users, but not specifically related to law enforcement departments.
Yeah,
because we don't have any gun facilities on site. So
that makes sense to me from just by the nature of your archery club. Carl could probably tell us that it's not relevant to our evaluation on this item.
Yeah, I mean, it really isn't for, because it's an archery only facility. But they, you know, as long as you're not excluding, you may not have that kind of use and that's okay. But as long as you're not, you know, actively excluding one of those uses.
Oh, right. No, absolutely not.
And yeah, but you're not required to, you know, install a pistol range, you know, for the purpose of accommodating one of these mandated uses or something like that. So
correct.
Bill, go ahead.
Hi, Joe.
Hi there.
Thanks for your presentation.
Oh, thank you.
What's with 10,000 on your permits? Is that an estimate, or is that what you're going to hit?
That's just an estimate.
My goodness, that seems high to me.
Well, we are in Pierce County, and things have, you know, it's just to give us a good cushion. We're still working out the details on what exactly is going to be needed for that. So,
yeah, good. I like your project.
Oh, thank you very much.
I'd like to see that happen. ADA courses, though. So keep that up front.
Yeah, you know, that's really been a subject of conversation in our club for a couple years now, and we've really seen a need. In fact, you know, our prior grant manager, you know, he was in a wheelchair, and just seeing him coming out and trying to evaluate our facility for our last grant and stuff really put that front of mind on, hey, you know, we're missing an opportunity here. And then with the additional work that we've done through Pierce County Parks, you know, with adaptive archery and those type of things, I think there's a real need there to open up these type of facilities to those users. So yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
All right. Any other comments on this project? Okay, not seeing any other hands, so I think that's it. And you may get some written comments as well. Advisors have an opportunity to provide written comments as well as just this Q&A. So
no, absolutely, and we appreciate any feedback we get.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Carl. Appreciate it. Thanks, everyone.
All right, another break. We are ahead of schedule, but let's go ahead and take our break. Let's come back at 2:15 minutes to, let's say, 2:25-ish. Come back about 2:25 and we'll be ready with Bainbridge. Hey, it looks like Reed is here maybe from Bainbridge. And maybe some other folks too. Want to make sure you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Excellent. All right, we'll get going here in just a minute. Reed, is there anyone else presenting with you?
Yes, Mary Madison, the Vice President of Bainbridge Island Sportsman's Club, will also be joining me for part of the presentation.
Okay, great. Hello, Mary. You can hear me okay?
Carl, I can see you. And do you see my screen? Do you see my name?
I can hear you, and I'll pull up your PowerPoint for you. There you go. Now I can see your video. So. All right. Well, let's see. 225. Let's get it going. Bainbridge project. All right. So you should now see your PowerPoint up there.
I see it.
Great. So I'll go ahead and advance your slides for you. Just say next when you're ready. Turn my video off.
Can you see me?
We can. Yeah, we can see both of you now. So, and that's fine. You can leave your video on if you want, or just turn it back on for Q&A at the end, whichever.
Okay, why don't I do that just based on the fact that I'm competing with my kids.
Yeah, for bandwidth.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Okay, well, go right ahead whenever you are ready.
Okay, so I just wanted to take a little bit of your time today to talk about a proposal that we have to continue some of the work to our great pistol caliber range. You may be familiar with our Sportsman's Club pistol caliber range from a previous FARR grant. That's actually what helped us prove it, and complete it in its current state back in 2012. So here we are at a new juncture, looking to do a little bit more to make it even better as our island community continues to grow around the club. And next slide, please. So the title of our project is Families on the Firing Line, and we'll get into that in a little bit. It actually has a lot to do with our increased membership, particularly in 2020. We have grown leaps and bounds. Mary will talk about that a little bit later on. But essentially what we have is a wonderful pistol caliber range. We call it pistol caliber because it is for pistol and rifle chambered in anything up to 44 Magnum, certain loads of 44 Magnum. It's a zero blue sky, 25-yard range, 7 lanes, fantastic facility with a little bit of opportunity, and that's what I'm going to get into today. So what we would like to do, you can see the bottom photo there. We'd like to take our berm, which is currently a sand and dirt berm with a lot of metal in it at the moment, and improve it using FARR funds to modernize it, make it safer and quieter, make it serviceable by a qualified maintenance contractor more regularly, of course. Really reduce dust levels, and I'll get into that a little bit more later in the presentation as well. Replace the kind of old original medium with a modern or a more modern ground up airplane tire berm trap medium, making it a lot easier to maintain, a lot easier to mine, and also make the whole process more easy to document going forward. It'll also produce some significant benefits, such as lowering the splash or ricochet potential, which is already really low the way that we've designed the range, but this will make it even better. So next slide, please. Just a little bit about the club. So we are celebrating our 91st year this year. We were established in 1929. We moved to our current location owned by the club at 17 acres back in 1939. List of the buildings there, clubhouse, we have 3 range buildings, we have a fishing pond, and we're currently looking at plans to develop a long distance archery range in addition to our existing archery range, and then also add a fly casting pond for kids on the island to learn a little bit more about fishing. That's really our mission, is to bring people into outdoor sports that are getting kind of left behind in our society, and we don't want to see that happen. So we want to continue providing this wonderful venue for residents of Bainbridge and beyond. So at the club, we offer 3 public shooting ranges: the pistol caliber, as I mentioned, a trap and skeet range for shotgun, and an archery range. We offer education and training. We do annual senior Thanksgiving and Christmas dinners. Unfortunately, that's a little different this year, but we are still providing, I believe it's 60 or so turkeys for the Thanksgiving dinner to our local Helpline House, which is our food bank here on the island. We do an annual scholarship fund focusing on outdoor and science-based scholars coming out of Bainbridge High School. We do an annual kids fishing derby where we partner with the state to plant trout in our fishing pond. We offer regular shooting hours. We host Hunter's Ed, a program called Moms, Bows, and Arrows for moms on the island for archery. And we do Kids Day at the Range programs to teach kids about firearm safety, learning how to shoot safely, and we do that for our local schools as much as we can. We're also very active in the JOAD program, so archery youth development. We have a really active archery range, and the program continues to grow by leaps and bounds. And perhaps most importantly, we serve as a venue for Bainbridge Island Police Department to train, qualify, and host their annual Citizens Police Academy. So shameless plug, if you'd like to check us out, it's www.biscy.org. And we invite you to come check out the website just to find out a little bit more about us. Next, please. So location-wise, we are right in the center of Bainbridge Island. We serve mainly the Kitsap Peninsula. We do draw from a little bit beyond, but you can see us pretty centrally located right on Bainbridge there. Next. A little bit of an aerial of our property. So you'll notice by the address that we actually have a road named after us. We are on Sportsman's Club Road. Again, a part of the island for years already, and hopefully years to come. Next. So a little bit more focus on how the property is laid out. You can see highlighted the pistol caliber range. That's where this particular work would take place. You can see the layout of our other ranges as well. Also our current and future plans are laid out here, so you can kind of get a lay of the land. And you can also see, if you look at the right side, those are houses. That's a neighborhood. So you can see how close we are, in fact, to a growing town of Winslow here on Bainbridge. Next. So our service area, like I mentioned earlier, is the Kitsap Peninsula. We're in a great position. We're solidly in our place. We've been here for a long time. We obviously have experienced a big population growth both on Bainbridge and on the Kitsap Peninsula. And we've also seen other clubs come and go, unfortunately. So we do have, I mentioned, BIPD has priority use. They have other ranges they can go to. That's really nice for them to be able to qualify with us. We also are in this great position where we're open. We have capacity for membership, where other clubs, I'll talk about this in a second, are either completely full, are really impossible to get into, have changed their priority or their focus, or have closed. So you can see B over there, that's Paulsbo Sportsman's Club. They're our closest, about 17 miles away, but they are very difficult to get into, and they have switched, much like we have temporarily, to members only shooting due to COVID-19. So impossible to go there. So we're welcoming more people as a result. Rifle and Revolver being closed right now certainly sends people our direction. And then what I call the gravel pit way down by Belfair has been designated really mostly as a police range at this point. So you can see that there's definitely a need for folks from all over the county to come up our way and shoot on Bainbridge. Next slide. So here comes the real focus of this. You know, as I mentioned, we've been on the island in our current location for a long time. We've seen the city of Winslow, city of Bainbridge Island, as it's known, grow all around us. You know, we went from a wide open facility where, you know, there was a flagpole and people could come shoot just by putting up the red flag, to a much more, you know, much safer, much more controlled, professional quality, wonderful facility. And we've done that because, you know, as neighborhoods have grown up around us, so have schools. So we have schools within 1,500 feet. We have homes within 400. Our initial pistol caliber range, developed in its current state back in 2012, thanks to a FARR grant, is a great design. It's very safe. It is literally almost bomb-proof, I would say, because of the way it's built for rounds not to leave the range. However, you know, noise is still a concern. Dust is still a concern. And, you know, a very small chance for ricochets still remains. So we want to make sure that we can shore that up as well. I did bring with me to the call here, to the presentation, our Vice President, Mary Madison. Mary is going to talk a little bit about the rapid development we've had recently, in particular, with our membership. Mary, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, yep, go ahead.
Great, okay. I'm a retired teacher just within the last few years. And I think what's so fascinating about Bainbridge Island is we tend to think of it as a very urban, suburban environment, and it is. But what's happened over the last several years, and this year in particular, is a tremendous interest in hunting and shooting and how does all this work? And I think a lot of it has come from the archery interest, but now we're seeing this huge increase this year, over 100% of new membership, and most of them are families and couples. And we get all kinds of people coming in and saying, we have this shotgun, we have this pistol, we'd love to know how to use it. And they are impacted at the pistol caliber range is pretty intense, because just in the last couple of months, 60 to 70% of our new members also want a pistol pass. And you pair that with our 6 public schools, which are spread out. And last year, 3 of those principals were hunters and their kids hunt. And so it's becoming more popular for kids and moms and couples to say, okay, how does this work? We'd like to try this. And I think that's why we're experiencing this influx of membership and increased use of the pistol caliber range. Also, our concern and our community's concern is safety, always safety. We have a pretty dialed in community of people who say things like, if you guys remember as parents, your child is going to someone's home for the weekend or for the evening or for overnight. And the typical questions used to be, will a parent be home? Will there be any alcohol? I know that's what our family did. Now, with change in dynamics, it's will a parent be home and will there be firearms there? This is a growing concern. And so we educate a lot of people, and they come to the pistol caliber range to see, how does this work? A lot of people want their kids to be comfortable coming across a firearm and knowing what to do. And so that's another big push that we've seen with people coming. We do host hunters education every year, about 10 to 12 sessions for the Department of Wildlife. And that is often kids with their parents, because the children in their teens have to have the hunter's education to get their license. So they come to our facility for hunter's ed, then they see what we have, and now there's continued interest. So I think what we're trying to do is make our facility safe with the dust and the lead-filled berm, and quieter because it's being used so much. You can hear it from the neighborhoods, and that's another target for us, is to be busy, but be quiet and make sure that we're not bothering all of the neighbors all of the time, just that they know what our schedule is. But our schedule is increasing. So we are kind of at a point, it's nice, I guess, but we are at a point where we're busting at the seams. And we need to make sure the PCR, the pistol caliber range, is safe and quiet and clean.
Thanks, Mary. Next slide, please. All right, so Mary talked a little bit about the inspiration, but before we go there, I realized that I got so excited to talk about this project presentation that I forgot to introduce myself. So my name is Reed Martik. I am actually the manager of the Pistol Caliber Range. I'm also the Chief Range Safety Officer of Bainbridge Island Sportsman's Club, and I'm a trustee, and those are three of the hats I wear, among other things, at the club. So that's who I am. Sorry, I didn't mention that at the beginning. Continuing on here, so more of the inspiration behind our project here. So we, in 2019, we were at a point where we were able to contract an industrial hygienist to come in and do some testing, both sound testing and lead testing on our range. Results of the test told us that we built a wonderful range that's very safe. However, ventilation was a challenge. Even though our range building is an indoor-outdoor range, as you'll see from some photos coming up, we had a little bit of a circulation challenge. So taking advantage of our COVID closure back in phase 1, we decided to design and build and install a ventilation system that is lane specific. So each lane has an inline duct fan that blows air out downrange and blows about 95% of our muzzle blast, directing it down toward the berm. So that was very successful. We've had measurable improvements, significant improvements. But what we do notice is that on those days, particularly when the prevailing wind shifts from the north to be from the north, it blows dust from our berm. You can see the berm in this photo pretty clearly. You have some metal, you have sand and dirt in there. That does splash up a lot of dust. It's a very safe facility for the most part. However, that dust will build up, particularly with a little bit larger calibers, and it will come back downrange toward the firing or uprange toward the firing line runner. So dust continues to be an issue. Noise splash becomes an issue, both with the cement earth blocks you see on the sides there, but also splashes kind of back toward the firing line. And we also do have still a little bit of ricochet potential. The building or the structure you see above the berm there will not be touched by this project at all, but that structure is actually filled with about 4 inches of river rock underneath its roof. So between basically the structure and the roof. So it is a very strong building. However, there are opportunities to shore it up even more. I'll talk about that in a second. So next slide. So the design of our project is laid out roughly drawn on the bottom here. So essentially what we would like to do is, as you could see in the photo before, it's time to mine metal. We've got a pretty full berm. As Mary mentioned, we are getting a lot of shooters right now. We have been increasing over the past few years. It's time to excavate and mine. So not only do we need to do that, but more importantly, we've decided that to make things more modern, safer, quieter, we want to take not only the metals out to recycle, but we also want to remove at least 2 feet of that sand and dirt medium when we do this. What we want to do is separate and weigh and contain all the metals as you normally would with a cleanup. But we also want to take that dirt and soil, remove it from the existing berm that has already been developed under our last FARR grant. But we want to clean that using a process by a company that we've identified to help us do the work to basically eliminate the potential of leaching. We do not want that berm to leave the property. We actually want to move that to backfill behind the structure, not touching the structure itself, just behind the structure. Where we already have cement bags and things that shore up the back. It is a very robust structure, but this will make it even better. It will also, and more importantly, it will give us the room to put that backfill material, the ground airplane tires. And the reason I say airplane tires is because they inherently do not have flammable fibers in them. So that's why that's a great medium to use. It also helps to trap the lead or bullet material really well. So overall, this project will reduce the noise, it will reduce the dust, ricochet potential, and then later on down the line, as we continue to grow our presence and grow our number of shooters and membership, it'll make it easier for us to do these harvests and less expensive in the future. So next slide, please. So down to the nuts and bolts here. So we have, back in 2019, as I mentioned, we put out an RFP looking for vendors to do similar work. It was really at that point more focused on just mining. We had actually contracted with a different vendor who basically got all the way up to the point of signed contract and scheduled to do the work and then backed out at the last minute. For reasons we are still scratching our heads over. However, metals treatment technologies, or MT2, that many on this Zoom have probably heard of in the past, was another one of those bids. We have gone back out to them and worked on, what can we do to our range to make it safer and quieter and even better as our town grows around us. And they were the ones that really came forward with a robust plan for us to make things safer and add this this berm material, which is usually used in indoor ranges. However, the makeup of our range, since it is sheltered down there, makes it a perfect opportunity to use it on our berm. So costs are laid out there. I do have detailed breakdowns as well that I will attach. You can see they are relatively high. They are particularly on the airplane tire material. That's a high cost. I don't anticipate we'll get there, but I needed to estimate. This is actually an estimate of building out a new range. I don't think we're going to need to use that amount of material, so I'm happy to clarify that later on down the line. In terms of a permitting scenario, so I did put a cultural resources survey contingency of 10,000 plus 2,500 for building permits. I have since gotten an email from the director of our planning department here at the city of Bainbridge Island stating that we will not need to do building permits as no structures are actually being affected by this project, which is great. And then in terms of the cultural resources survey, they are not thinking that that will need to happen. I am putting it in here as a contingency, so it's important to point that out. I'll also note that there is going to be a recycled metals credit that is not reflected in here quite yet. So that's noted at the bottom. Next slide. So here's some additional photos you can see of the PCR, or the pistol caliber range as we call it. You can see the ventilation system down on the right side corner there that we've installed. So that gets us about halfway there with our improvements on safety and air quality, but we want to fix the other direction. When the wind does come down from that berm area, it really does blow back. And even though the fans keep it somewhat at bay, no dust is better than dust at all. So it's a major reason for this project. You can see also in the sand and soil target berm photo, again, it is full, it is dusty, and we are ready to give it some attention. You can see up on the left side there, we are fully accessible. We have access from Sportsman Club Road via a gravel driveway. Nothing will need to be disturbed in order to do this work. We built this ADA accessible facility so that it's open to everyone and anyone who can get in. We actually regularly have a really diverse shooting population coming in, so it's great to see people be able to make it. We can actually get our Bainbridge Island access bus all the way up to the facility, and have had quite a few people in wheelchairs actually come and shoot with us. It's great fun. So Next slide, please. Here's a little bit better overview of the area to be affected. Everything except for the areas that are highlighted in yellow is existing. So we will not touch any existing structures. This is a very secure facility, very easily accessible. You can see where the berm is located, and this area behind the berm, I'll focus on a little bit more in the next slide. So this is just a lay of the land of the area that will be impacted. It's a very small portion of our pistol caliber range, relatively speaking. Next. So just a little bit of a drill down into the berm. So behind our berm, and I have this as an attachment, I believe, in Prism, there is a large flat access area that was built when we put the range in the first place. It's accessible via a dirt road that is right kind of adjacent to the range, and nothing would need to be disturbed in order to make this improvement to the range. So the berm itself, as I mentioned, is located under a fortified structure, which will not be affected by this. It will just be mined. And then as we treat that additional fill that's coming out to make room for the airplane tire medium, we'll put that up behind the berm. It's very easily accessible. And the photo, I believe I called it out specifically. If anybody's interested, you can go look at that, and I'm happy to send it to anybody directly if you need it. But there is a photo down from the back of the pistol range berm that you can see where this fill would be going. I mean, I don't think it would be a significant amount. It's just a way that we can make things even safer and, of course, make the range quieter in the long run. And with the next slide, I will say thank you. So I really did want to take the opportunity to thank RCO and this program for giving us this amazing range. Obviously, I put a lot of heart into running it, and I absolutely think it's a fantastic facility for kids of all ages, I will say. And you can see in the photo here, this, we have a great array of firearms that we're able to shoot here safely. We welcome families from all over the island, both existing and new membership families. And we hope that this project will help us to continue being able to serve the island, serve the police department, serve all of those who are having the opportunity to exercise their firearms, but also to learn about them and to learn how to use them safely. We want to make sure that we do it in the safest environment possible. And with that, I will say thank you very much, and happy to open up to questions.
All right, thank you, Reed. You went quite a bit over time. Just know when you come back for an evaluation, your presentation, we're a little more flexible here at technical review, but for your evaluation, you have only 12 minutes for your presentation. And the other thing, and your grant manager will work with you on this, but you really want to follow and label your slides with the evaluation criteria. So I think you had tons of great information, and I think all the information was there. It just needs to be organized and labeled, because the evaluators, what they'll be doing is looking at the criteria and wanting to score your project. So anyway,
right, thank you. So I actually was looking all over and trying to find this, the information that told me exactly how to label things, and I could not find it. So I will absolutely make those changes.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, and your grant manager will reach out and have some help for you. So,
okay.
Questions for Bainbridge on this project? Brian, go ahead.
Hey, thanks for your presentation. I'll just briefly follow up with what was mentioned, and a lot of good information about your club and what you do, and that's awesome. But none of it really pertains to the project in general. We want to know who you are, but definitely trim that if you can.
Sure.
Your current hours open to the public, I understand. I read the notes are based on COVID. I would love to, I mean, you can answer now, but I'd love to see maybe in your final proposal too, what a normal hours of operation that are available to the public would provide.
Sure. And if I can just so quickly, essentially we're open based on RSO availability. So as long as we have range safety officers on, able to run the range, we technically can open, about 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. However, our hours are trimmed based on volunteer RSO availability. We don't open to the public without range safety officers. So hopefully that helps a little bit.
No, all
to
good.
Kind of
It just
blow out the rest of the hours of the club itself.
Right. And although you do meet the minimum, I'm going to ask for more.
Yeah.
It's always nice to see a club provide more time than less. So, okay. Thanks for that clarification.
Thanks. Chris, do you have something? Go ahead.
Okay. A question that I had was recycled tire material may be a potentially hazardous material. Has the club considered potential future costs in eventually disposing of this?
So one of the great things about partnering with MT2, this particular company on this, is they have a process. So this is something that they have actually done the work to set up. This is their material that they recommend. So not only is it safe in terms of a fire retardant, capturing the lead itself, they are also able to dispose of and document that disposal of anything going forward. So this would be kind of the beginning of a relationship with this company. But I've been so impressed with their level of detail in terms of what they're giving us as information to go forward on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Phil, go ahead.
Hi there, Reed. This is Phil. I want to come back to the public use hours, just in the hopes that maybe the numbers are not representative. For instance, you have weeknight hours of 2. The specification is in the number of hours, for instance, weeknights for an entire month. Do you really only open 2 hours in an entire month?
So, Phil, thank you for the question. So I will say that the hours when I was filling this out represent current COVID situation. So typically when we are open to the public, we're open about 50% more daytime hours. And then we are open, we plan when we go back to be open at least 4 evening hours per week. It's a little different on Bainbridge. In that, we have the ferry boat population, as they call them. So we do have some people that can make it. We don't want to stay open so late as to continue the, not necessarily the noise, but we don't want to open so late as to make it so that people can't get back to their families. Since everybody does commute on, well, many people do commute on Bainbridge, we found that when we are open in the evenings, our attendance is somewhat sparse because people spend so much extra time away from the house because of the ferry boat commute that they're not able to make it. So we'll continue offering it, and we are ready to ramp up if we do see with this influx of membership. If we see a lot more interest, we'll ramp up with adding extra RSOs.
Okay, let me go back and ask the question maybe a different way.
Sure.
You mentioned hours per week, but the specification, for instance, on weeknight hours is how many hours per month. So maybe your actual hours is already more than you're showing in your.
Oh, copy that. I'll go back and take a peek and make sure that I got that correctly. I appreciate you calling it out.
Right, thanks.
All right, looks like Bill has a question.
Yes. Thank you, Reed and Mary. Let's see. Yeah, I took a look at your website, and on the home page it says that the shotgun and pistol range continues to be members only.
Correct, at the moment for COVID.
For the COVID thing. Okay. And
Yes, so we are typically open to the public and have been until COVID hit. We had to adjust how we were doing things for a little while. That speaks a little bit to the influx in membership that we've had, but we also think that people have been, well, I'm actually an FFL dealer myself, so I'm pretty familiar with what's going on in the firearms industry. I've had probably, well, let's say 40% of my new customers are first-time gun buyers. So there has been a tremendous interest in having access. The tricky thing is to manage. The way we've done range operations has been to, instead of operating at 7 lanes, we're operating for social distancing purposes at 3 lanes plus the range safety officer. So when we do go back to full capacity, obviously that will be a little bit different.
a quick question on the sponsor match. You don't give any details in there outside of a $5,000 grant from the foundation. The balance of it on your part?
Yes, so that will be taken care of by the club ourselves. So we will be fundraising to match the funds. Absolutely.
Okay.
My apologies for not putting that in there. I wasn't quite clear on exactly what needs to be on that slide.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks to you both. I don't see any other questions. So thanks for joining us, sharing your project, and your grant manager will be in touch probably in the next couple of weeks and returning your application with comments.
Great, thank you so much, Carl, and thank you to the group. Much appreciated, and best of luck to all of you as we go into this new phase.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, we have one more, and Tri-Cities. Where we go? And looks like Ron is here from. Ron, are you presenting this one? Looks like you're muted. You have audio, but you're muted at the moment.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you.
Okay.
Great, thanks for joining us. I'll go ahead and advance your slides. Just say next when you're ready to move on, and yeah, go right ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Okay, well, good afternoon. My name is Ron Jorgensen, and I'm one of the range safety officers at the Tri-City Shooting Association. And I'll be presenting the information today on behalf of the Tri-City Shooting Association for our upcoming grant request. Next. The grant request that we are submitting this year includes actually 3 separate items. The first of those is a high power silhouette range, and along with that silhouette range will be an adjacent 100-meter small bore range. And then the third item in the grant request will be for paving of the Rose Iris Public Range parking area. As I mentioned earlier, this range is run and operated by the Tri-City Shooting Association for all of our activities. Next. The Rattlesnake Mountain Shooting Facility is located in southeastern Washington, near Richland, and it services an area from Yakima to the west to the Idaho border on the east and south into Oregon. We also get some shooters from areas outside of our region. We've had shooters from Montana and other areas as well. The primary range, or the primary service area that we have here, excuse me, let's see, next, there we go. The primary regional area serviced by the shooting range includes the Tri-Cities, and that's made up of Kennewick, Richland, West Richland, and Pasco. And over the years, shooting sports have gained a very large following in this area, and our range continues to grow in popularity. We're seeing increasing memberships from month to month. Next. The shooting range covers 1,100 acres. It's located about 15 highway miles from the city of Richland. And the TCSA manages the range under a lease agreement with the Benton County Parks Department, which has been in place since 1991. The current lease agreement runs through 2040. Next. The Tri-City area population continues to grow and expand. We have a lot of new employment opportunities, low housing costs, numerous recreation opportunities, make the Tri-Cities a very desirable location to live. And the range continues to gain notoriety for a variety of shooting opportunities that are available. We are seeing continued increases from year to year, as you can see from the slide. We jumped 30% in population from the year 2000 to 2019. And we are the only public range open on a regular scheduled basis in southeastern Washington. Next. The number of scheduled events continues to increase, with events scheduled in every month except for December. In 2019, or in 2008 and 20, we had 125 high power and 22 caliber shooting events scheduled, and that covered a span of 137 days. And so we are really busy out at our range. And we have continued to draw shooters, as you mentioned, as you can see here, shooters from Washington, Oregon, Idaho. We even had a team that came from England and Canada. They like our range because it simulates conditions that they find at some other places. And so they've come down here and practiced on our range a number of times. Next. Okay, the first big need that we're talking about in our grant is the silhouette events. The completion of the silhouette range is going to allow competitions to be shot under 3 different disciplines, and all have their own unique national championships. These matches will be governed under the regulations of the National Rifle Association, International Handgun, and Silhouette Rifle Association of Canada. So we see this silhouette range as a large attraction to host NRA state and regional competitions. Next. The Tri-City Shooting Association has gotten several requests to include a rifle silhouette range. We have previously been doing high power steel matches, and we've gotten shooters from all over the Northwest. And instead of doing these steel matches, we are wanting to build the silhouette range to make it a better opportunity. Next. One of the big things that we do here is a lot of 22 caliber small bore matches. As you can see here, we've got 8 different matches, and we're looking to even expand that a little more. And with the new 22 caliber small bore range added, we can also add additional silhouette matches in 22 caliber, in addition to the high power large rifle silhouette range itself. Next. Another big need that we really want to address is paving of the Rose Iris public parking area. The gravel in the area stirs up a lot of dust in the summertime. When it rains a lot, we ended up with drainage problems. And by paving this, we will also reduce future maintenance and upkeep. Also, most of our shooters like to back into the parking area, and with gravel, we find people spinning their wheels, and it just makes it more difficult on gravel. So by paving, we think we can alleviate that problem. Next. The project design provides for paving the existing Rose Iris gravel parking area. The area for the silhouette and new 100-meter ranges is currently an area not developed. However, that area that we're looking at was the original location for the TCSA shooting range. And so it's not new to shooting. It's just that it hasn't been used for, this area hasn't been used as any kind of a shooting facility for about 20 some years. Next. The high power silhouette range will have silhouettes set up at 200 meters, 300 meters, 385 meters, and 500 meters. And shooters on the high power silhouette will have an opportunity to shoot at chickens, pigs, turkeys, and rams. So it's actually a lot of fun to shoot this match, and it's also very challenging because everything is shot offhand. You don't shoot off of a bench or a bipod or anything like that. And so it's a very challenging range. Next. So the area identified for the silhouette and small bore ranges is included in a archaeological review that was completed in 2009. And that study that was completed in 2009 did not identify any cultural concerns in the area designated for new ranges or anywhere else on our range for that matter. Next. As far as expansion and renovation, the grant will support renovating the current Rose Iris public range parking area. The paving of the area leads to a better experience because it reduces maintenance, it eases parking, and it reduces dust levels in the area. So we really are hopeful that we will be able to renovate this parking area. Next. The silhouette and small bore ranges will be developed in accordance with existing NRA documents. And the design of these ranges will include impact berms at each site and 15-foot impact berm 100 feet long to prevent bullets from leaving the area. So like I said, these will be designed in accordance with the NRA requirements. Next. So we requested bids for the 3 different projects, and the total cost of those bids received was a little over $143,000. Next. And one of the things that I did want to point out is the TCSA has been able to make a lot of improvements to our range as a result of FARR grants. And in the pictures here, you can see some of what we've done before: hunter safety and education range, shotgun clubhouse, the Rose Iris range house expansion. And then last spring, we completed the paving project on the High Power Road. And I'm telling you this, we have gotten so much positive feedback on that road project. Every time I go to a meeting or a match, people are always commenting about, wow, what a great improvement to the range. And so I want to thank FARR for the grant monies to develop that high power road paving project. Next. So the TCSA match for this project would be about $74,000, a little over 51%. And what we would be looking at for a FARR grant request would be right around $70,000. So as I mentioned, the total grant cost we estimate to be about $143,000. Next. Okay, the Rose Iris Public Range is open to the public 4 days a week. It's a Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. on those days. And all the shooting activities on the range during those days open to the public are supervised and overseen by range safety officers. TCSA is also very proactive in offering training opportunities to the public for youth and adult. In 2020, we had 900 education classes scheduled. However, due to the coronavirus, we weren't able to conduct those classes. A lot of these shooting opportunities are free to the public, and we believe the range provides a very family-friendly setting with many shooting opportunities for youth as well. We just had an opportunity to provide merit badge training for a bunch of Boy Scouts here last week. So next. Other things that we do, First Shots. This is a fantastic program. It's gotten it's been very popular at the range. Unfortunately, once again, it had to be canceled in 2020 due to the COVID problem. But 2019, we did have 49 participants. We also train a lot of range safety officers. We have over 200 range safety officers that are scheduled 3 times a year. Each one of them has to volunteer 3 days a year to monitor the ranges. And of course, we are able to provide shooting activities for just about everything you want: pistol, rifle, shotgun, black powder, trap, and skeet. We're open 12 months a year. And in 2019, we provided formal training to 399 different participants for different activities. Next. As I mentioned earlier, the range is open to the public 4 days a week from 9 to 3. Our shotgun and trap range is also open to the public Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday from 9 to 3. Our high power range is open to the public for all scheduled events. And you can see here, we have a lot of events scheduled at our high power range. We had 90 days scheduled. So we have a lot of opportunity for people to come out and shoot. The Tri-Cities Shooting Association newsletter and website provides additional information about the range, and it does list times, dates, and directions to the range. Next. So the shooting range is run 100% by volunteers. It is identified as a nonprofit. And as I mentioned, information on the range rules, hours of operation, and use fees are widely available on our website at local area businesses. And we also have a monthly newsletter that goes out. Members of the public may obtain an annual membership or pay daily use fees. The membership and daily use fees cover the operating costs for utilities, insurance, supplies, routine maintenance. Youths under 18, law enforcement, and active military personnel are allowed to shoot for free. Next. So the long range silhouette is included in the TCSA master plan and Benton County Parks plan. The building of the new small bore range and paving of Rose Iris will enhance the opportunities of the public and lead to a more enjoyable experience. Next, which I think is questions. Okay.
Great, thank you, Ron. Questions from the committee?
Yes. And I'm available to take any questions now.
All right. Does the committee have anything on this project? I'm just waiting for, there's a couple hands that went up. Brian and then Bill.
Hey, thank you, number one, for your proposal, and number two, for supporting the sport of silhouette. I'm glad you included that you have completed with good feedback the 2018 grant project, because I was actually going to ask you about it and you included it. So that's very cool that you got that done. And I support that high power range too. So one of the things I was curious about is how many banks do you plan to have on the high power range? And will the high power range be an upper and lower bank setup or a lateral bank?
It'll be upper and lower. So
wonderful.
Yes.
And how many banks of animals, meaning how many shooters at a single stage can fire?
Right now, we are planning for 4 banks of each animal.
Okay.
so that we can have 4 shooters at a time.
Okay, and obviously the cost of the animals and targets are included in this request.
Yeah, yes, it is. And
okay,
yeah, because they're a pretty big expense, it turns out.
Oh yeah, yeah, and that was actually leads into my final kind of mini question or comment is, I don't have any reason to believe that your budget or anything is out of line or anything, but there's very little detail in what I'm looking at now. What you provided in the application that I'm not looking at, I don't have the full application. It would be nice to see some breakdown of that expense versus like your land clearing, berm work versus hard material cost.
Okay, yes, and I do have a detailed schedule breakdown, and I'll include that in the final grant proposal presentation.
Perfect. And then just a comment, when you are up and running, please do take a look at locations like PL and Cap City running NRA events and try to schedule outside of their schedule so we can all make all of those events.
Okay, yes, okay.
Even though you're on the other side of the state, we'll drive over there, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's going to be extremely popular.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, Brian. Bill, go ahead.
Hello, Brian or Ron.
Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. You guys got a great service going on over there. Carl, can you back up to slide 14?
Yep.
Okay. And Ron, I was playing around on Google Maps and I zoomed in, and to me that looks like a runoff creek, perhaps seasonal, down from the hillside and right down through the range. Is that?
I see. Are you talking about next to that on the left-hand side above the Rose Iris Range?
No. Read in line with your 500 meters. Yeah, that one.
Okay. This is a little bit of, you're talking about this right here?
Yes.
Yeah, there hasn't been any water run in there in, I don't know how many years. It's a dry drainage, and there's absolutely no water that runs through that. And in all my years at the range, I've never seen any water run through that area.
Well, go look now. It's 2020. Stuff happens.
Yeah. Okay. I hear what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah. So I was just concerned that I wonder if you're going to be facing any environmental issues there.
Okay. Let me make a note of that.
Okay. That was my only question. Thank you, Ron.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Dave, looks like you've got something.
Hi. Yeah. Thanks for a great presentation. And I kind of along the lines of drainage, I was just curious with paving the parking lot, if there was any permitting or storm drainage concerns that would have to be resolved through county permitting or anything like that.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Not knowing really, I mean, I know it's dry over there, so maybe it's not an issue, but not knowing really once, things are paved, sometimes you have to deal with water runoff and water drainage off the parking lot is all.
Okay. So your concern is that if it's paved and there's no place for the water to sink in, that we could end up with some drainage issues at the bottom. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and that's really kind of a general comment. I don't know if it applies there at all, but that thought also led me to think about possible, some counties have to come out and take a look at it, and you have to have a little bit of a ditch or, some kind of drainage plan. So it's just a total question that may not even be applicable there.
Well, we are exceptionally dry here. Our average annual rainfall per year is only 8 inches for the entire year. But one of the things that we will do is we will be getting an engineering review from, because we are a part of the Benton County Parks Department. They have an engineering organization, and like when we did the High Power Road, they came out and did a complete engineering review of that project, and we expect that they will do the same thing for these projects as well. And so I'm sure I can make sure that drainage is something that is discussed in that report.
Yeah, they'll probably let you know if it is. Thank you.
Thanks. And Ron, one thing you could do is go ahead and add something to your application for, permits and maybe A&E. I noticed you don't have included, just in case there are going to be some of those additional costs. If you don't need it, you don't need it, but that way the money's there just in case you do need it.
Okay, I'll make a note of that. I know that on our road project, I reviewed that with the Benton County engineers, and for that project, we didn't need any permits, but that doesn't necessarily mean we won't need something here. So I'll definitely follow up on that.
Okay. Any final questions on this project? All right, I don't see any other hands up, so thanks for joining us, Ron. Appreciate it.
All right, and thanks again for all your help over the years for our range.
Absolutely, you do a good job over there, so we'd like to see the money get spent, so that's what it's for.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, that brings us to the end of our day. So thanks, everyone. And any questions for me? Well, first of all, here, let's go ahead and stop. Let's see. I can stop end the live stream. What do I go to do?